Hello, hello. I'm your host, fiery orator and man of letters, Derek, joined by my friend and co-host, grizzled guillotine operator, Tim. How are we doing tonight, Tim?
I'm doing pretty good, pretty good. Just chillaxing. What about you, Derek?
It's I just got my schedule redone at work, and I actually have like Saturdays off, so I've got like actual weekends again.
I have never had actual weekends in the last 2 years.
Yeah, it's been a cool minute for me, and I'm gonna enjoy it while I have it because I know it's probably not gonna last long.
So what are you drinking tonight, Derek?
Oh, what am I drinking tonight? I got some gay beer. I tell you what.
Oh, Lord, he is supporting.
Oh, here I'm out here allying. I got. I just got a bunch of shit that you got me. I got Brewdog Pride, Passion Fruit Sour.
What's your liquor?
My liquor, it's some Irish whiskey. It's some Clontarf 1024, product of Ireland.
This is the one that I was like has so many undertones and is confusing, and you're like, I want to try this.
Yeah, I'm excited to try this because actual Irish whiskey sounds very, very nice. And this looks.
You got to remember, I drink mine from the freezer normally, so there's got to be those discrepancies.
So, Tim, what are you drinking?
So I've got from our good friends at Anthem yet again, Peach Cobbler Sour Ale.
Yeah, this is probably the weirdest shit you have ever drank on a recording.
Then my liquor is Korshchevia, or however it's pronounced, Platinum Vodka.
Oh yeah, hold on. If I don't correct this pronunciation, then my brain is going to kick my ass for the rest of the night. Hold on.
It's Khortytsa.
Cortizza.
Kortitsa. Okay. So Derek, you ready to get into the rules?
Oh yeah, let's get into the rules. So here in our illustrious society, we abide by an ever-changing set of rules. Rule number 1. Every time France wins a battle, we take 1 sip.
Every time someone loses their head to Madame Guillotine, we'll take 3 sips. Off with their head!
And every time our main character bounces back from a seemingly career-ending turn of bad luck, what are we going to do, Tim?
We're going to take a motherfucking shot.
We're going to take a big ol' shot. Speaking of shot, you want to go ahead and take a shot?
Cool sip.
Kurusek.
So, Derek, why don't you tell us what we're talking about this week?
Okay. So, before we get into anything, I got to warn you, this is a pretty beefy episode. This story is already going to...
They probably already know exactly how long this episode ended up being.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm warning you now, warning anybody who for some reason got this started without looking at the runtime, but this is a beefy episode. And that's even on top of the fact that this is going to be split into 2 parts because we're talking about a really, really big topic. So, this first episode is going to be predominantly about the French Revolution. And then we are also going to be talking about our main character, what his role and what his place within the story was as he kind of wove in and out of it until at the very end he becomes kind of the center of the story. And then the next episode will get into what happens through the rest of his time. So today we are going to be talking about Napoleon Bonaparte.
I suspected it was the not short man.
Yeah, not so short man. So before we get into our topic proper, let's cover a little bit of background. And this won't take a crazy amount of time because we did cover a tiny, like, bits and pieces of it in both our Ethan Allen series and our Frederick the Great series, but I'll do a quick refresher with a little bit of added context. So, by the 1760s, the Kingdom of France had been ruled by the Bourbon family for centuries by that point. And the institutions that made up the French state were just as old as that, if not older. In the prior century or so to that point, the successive reigns of both the Sun King Louis XIV and his son Louis XV highly centralized the traditional feudal institutions of the government. And at the time, the affairs of state were run out of the king's palace, his very elaborate, expensive palace in the town of Versailles, which was just a few miles outside of Paris. France had become one of the most powerful militaries on the planet, with the largest standing army in the continent of Europe. They had the best training and the most cutting-edge weaponry and military theory. They had one of the largest economies in Europe, with extensive colonial possessions across the entire planet, though not quite as extensive as it once was due to their loss to Britain in the 7 Years' War, had cost them their North American colony of Quebec. But perhaps the most impressive accomplishment of the French during this time was their cultural impact that they had on the rest of Europe. Almost every court on the continent spoke French, both in domestic and diplomatic discussions, even as far away as Russia. Even Frederick the Great, like we talked about in his episodes, the King of Prussia, the grandfather of modern Germany, he spoke French as a first language, even though he was a German king. France was not only very culturally influential, they were also the center of the Enlightenment. The sort of philosophical movement that was going on at the time focused around rationalism and reform in a lot of the governments of Europe. And all of the most prominent and well-read philosophers of the time were French. You know, guys like Voltaire. And Voltaire, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, some of the big names of that time. But, as I say this, not all was well in France. Like I said, their institutions are old. And not only are they old, they were extremely disjointed.
Isn't that a lot of, governments at the time? It was, super disjointed?
Yeah, it was this period where they're trying to build the concept of nation states out of the leftovers of the feudal period, where all of law and taxation and military power were in the hands of basically noble landowners whose agreements to and actual loyalty to their kings might be tenuous at best. And this was a period where they were centralizing power and centralizing structures of government and politics and economics and things like that. And they were trying to do it with all of these ancient feudal institutions that just did not make sense in a more centralized state. And that problem was probably the worst in France. It was horrendous how bad the French government worked. Yeah, the court system, the taxation system, the regional administrations, everything was bogged down by bloated, inefficient bureaucracies that were run by administrators that more often than not inherited their positions rather than being selected based on merit or skill. The legal system suffered from insane inequalities both in the courts and in the legal code itself, with noble landowners having exemptions from certain laws and taxes. There weren't any real mechanisms for infrastructure development besides just local rich people paying to redo the roads. That was basically the extent of it. And so there's a reason why so many Enlightenment political writers came from France, why they were so big in the Enlightenment period. It was because they were trying to explore and figure out how to solve this nightmare of a political system that the Kingdom of France had. Compounding all of these problems was a steadily rising national debt.
It sounds like it was just a fucking mess.
It was a mess, and that's the thing, is that nobody really acknowledged that it was a mess until it all fell apart. It's wild reading back about it. People would go out of their way to ignore the problems that were happening in France at the time. like as I'm about to get to in just a moment, they didn't even acknowledge that the country was close to bankruptcy until just a couple months before it happened.
Damn.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible, and it makes, when you keep that in mind, it makes so much more sense why the revolution started there. And yeah, so the army and the court at Versailles were both insanely expensive, and because of the country's outdated taxation system, the crown was chronically running a deficit. That issue was further compounded by the enormous debt that had been taken on during the 7 Years' War, and then later on would also be made even worse because of France's decision to aid the young United States in our War of Independence. This would sometimes lead to policies and attempts to raise certain taxes or further kind of streamline the collection of taxes. But because the nobility had a lot of influence and often exemptions from certain taxes, in large part thanks to like agreements that their ancestors had made with the crown hundreds of years before, these taxes disproportionately came from three specific groups: the urban laborers, the rural peasants, and middle-class business owners. So this whole system, which after the fact came to be called the Ancien regime, which is just French for old government.
That's just like a fuck you, you're the old guard.
Yeah, it's and that's the thing is you had to have a revolution. Yeah, you had to have a change in government before you could have an old government. So you can kind of see where this situation's going, that they now refer to it as the old government. But the Ancien regime was causing a lot of problems with those three groups. The peasants were overburdened by taxes, and they were subject to a legal system which was specifically designed to be corrupt and unequal. Besides that, a variety of
Like America,
yeah. Besides that, a variety of poorly thought out government policies and economic circumstances was limiting the market that these peasants could sell their produce to. Mostly they would have to sell through middlemen that would end up cooperating with one another so that each of them could monopolize a certain area. And so when they were buying from peasants, they would lowball their offers to farmers, and there was nothing that these farmers could do. They couldn't go elsewhere to charge a higher rate for their produce because nobody else was there. They had monopolized that area.
That sounds like scummy tactics, just like I expected.
Yeah. And then because these guys were the main source of food that was going into the cities, they could overcharge when they sold to the cities. And so it was causing...
So they underpaid and overcharged. Sounds like corruption to me, and people wonder why we hate capitalism.
Now, see, here's the thing. This wasn't capitalism yet.
I know it wasn't capitalism, but the exact same thing happens in capitalism.
Oh yeah, the exact same thing happens in capitalism, but I want to make a point here. Capitalism happened, they started doing capitalism in response to stuff like this. Yeah, capitalism was meant to stop things like this from happening by making the market free.
You become the thing you swore to defeat!
Yeah, and now it just is capitalism now. Yeah, so these policies, these actions, these monopolies were driving up the cost of food within the cities, where the urban poor were seeing a steadily rising cost of living that was outrunning their wages. These same policies were also undercutting the profitability of trade, thanks in large part to France's mercantilist policies, which mercantilism was the dominant sort of economic theories that they had at the time, which basically said that a country could only be doing well economically if it exported more than it imported. And so the main thrust of mercantilist economics was go and get a bunch of colonies, import, only trade with those colonies, only import stuff from your colonies, take those raw resources, manufacture them in the country, and then export them for profit to other places.
Essentially sell more than you buy.
Yeah, and so because of these policies, a lot of merchants literally were not allowed to trade outside of France's own colonial system. And so, like, they couldn't just you had to have like very specific restricted permission to be able to, like, if you were a French merchant, you just wanted to hop over to like London or something and sell your goods over there. You had to do a lot of paperwork, and you had to jump through a lot of hoops, and you had to have a lot of favors owed to you by some very powerful people. Like, it was nearly impossible, and it pissed off a lot of middle class merchants and people like that. And so the merchant class and the growing urban middle class in general, which included not just the merchants, but like shopkeepers, academics, doctors, and very big for our story, lawyers. Most of our main characters are going to be lawyers. They were all
damn, slimy lawyers.
Yeah, yeah. They were all becoming very well read in the philosophy of the day. The Enlightenment ideals were beginning to give form and language to the types of reforms that they wanted to see in France. And so in the coming decades, those calls for reform would start to become louder, more pronounced, and more direct. And so, even though I'm telling you all this, and all of this is very important, I promise you, our story does not, in fact, start in France.
It doesn't?
It doesn't. It does not. It doesn't start in the halls of Versailles or in a provincial French village, but it actually starts in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, just south of France, on the island of Corsica. The Corsicans are ethnically related to Italians, but they consider themselves a distinct nationality, as many of them still do today. They also have their own language as well. Corsica had been owned by the Republic of Genoa, which was an Italian state in northern Italy. Genoa had owned Corsica since about the 13th century. But earlier on, in 1729, Corsica had launched a war of independence that waged for 26 years until the victorious Corsican Republic ended up expelling the Genoans in 1755. And under the leadership of the Independence Army's leader, this guy named Pasquale Paoli, Corsica ended up remaining independent until it was invaded and conquered by France later on in 1769. Paoli and many Corsican leaders ended up being forced into exile, but one of them, this guy, he was a lawyer. He had served under Paoli during Corsican independence. It was this guy named Carlo. And Carlo decided that he wanted to stay behind. And so that year that France conquered Corsica, it was 1769, Carlo's wife, a woman named Maria Letizia, she gave birth to the couple's second son, a son that they named Napoleon Bonaparte. And later on in his life, he would Francicize it? Is that the word? He'd make it sound more French, and he would become Napoleon Bonaparte.
So he essentially did it's not literally anglicizing, but it's the same idea. Is like he matches the language within he adopts.
Yeah. He wanted. I'll get into it more later, but he wants to advance his career in the French army, and so he makes his name sound more French to keep from being discriminated against, basically.
Fair, my dude, fair.
But yeah, Napoleon Bonaparte is born in the city of Ajaccio on August 15th, 1769. When Napoleon was 4, his father Carlo was able to work out a family genealogy that actually proved that the Bonapartes were descended from a noble family in Florence, Italy. And so the French state recognized the Bonapartes as noble.
Was he like, were they a descendant of a bastard, or were they actually like a direct lineage?
I actually have no idea how it actually worked, but he was able to trace Carlo was able to trace their patrilineal line all the way back to a legitimate heir of a nobleman in Florence. I don't know where it went from there, but yes, he was actually able to become recognized as a noble. And so Napoleon went from Napoleone Bonaparte to Napoleone di Bonaparte, which signified that he was now a noble. And this recognition of nobility actually allowed Carlo the opportunity to be able to rise through the ranks of the French state's civil service. And pretty soon he ended up becoming a representative of Corsica within the court of Louis XVI, which meant that both that Napoleon would now go by Di Bonaparte in order to signify his noble status, and it also meant that Carlo spent most of the year away from home representing Corsican interests in the palace at Versailles. And so, as a result, Napoleon ended up being mainly raised by his mother in his early years, and she had a very, very enormous influence on him. Now, this is where the comparisons to Alexander the Great are going to start coming in. Because if you'll remember Alexander, his mother was very doting, but also had extremely high expectations for Alexander. And Napoleon's mother is going to kind of be the same thing. She's going to kind of spoil them, but at the same time, she's very, very strict on them and makes it clear that she expects a lot from them. And that ends up kind of instilling in Napoleon from a very early age this kind of sense of destiny that he had these really high expectations on his shoulders, and he became pretty more or less started believing that he was destined to become like one of the great names, one of the great figures in history from a very, very early age.
So he had the Alexander syndrome, as we can call it.
Yes, but here's the thing, though. He didn't have any of the negative aspects of Alexander syndrome.
Seriously? I mean, with the way things turned out, I would have assumed he did.
Yeah, here's the thing. Now, don't get me wrong, Napoleon had a lot of negative character traits, and a lot of them are going to be the cause for what happens to him later in his life. But essentially, Napoleon had all of the skills and all of the ability that Alexander had, but without any of the character flaws that went along with it. It's incredible. It is really, really impressive reading about him, because not only was he impressive, like, as later on as a politician, as a commander, all of those things that he's famous for, but just in his personality, in the way that he held himself, in the way that he thought about things, was very often flawed, but it just incredible the way that he viewed the world. Because he had this incredible mixture of like self-righteousness and self-confidence mixed with just raw, uncompromising practicality. He had a very high opinion of himself, but he never let that get in the way of his ability to objectively analyze a situation. And it is a big part of why he is able to so well fill the role in history that he's thrust into. And that really kind of starts with his upbringing under his mother.
Okay.
So, something else I should mention. Yeah, so something else I should mention is that Napoleon, he was a Corsican. He was raised mostly in Corsica, and he didn't grow up in his early years speaking French. He spoke Corsican and Italian.
What is Corsican? Is it like an old country that no longer exists? What?
It's the country where he was born. It's the little island off the coast of southern France. It's kind of between. It's just south of France and just to the west of. If you look on a map, there's two islands that are just to the west of Italy and just south of France. Corsica is the smaller one on top. and they're ethnically related to Italians, and they have like a culture and a language that are related to Italian, but they consider themselves a distinct nationality. Today, they are still part of France. It's still a part of France, but there is like a decent sized sort of movement within Corsica for independence from France even today. So when Napoleon was 9, his parents sent him to they actually sent him to France for private schooling. They sent him to a religious boarding school in the city of Autun in France, where he started to learn how to speak French. And then later the same year, in that year, 1779, he was transferred to a military school in the town of Brienne-le-Château. And it was at this military school he finally became fluent in French by the age of 10. He picked it up pretty quickly, shockingly. But I guess not shockingly if you knew anything about the guy. But picking up and becoming fluent in a language within a year as a child, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's really impressive at that age.
Yeah, but the problem was the other cadets bullied him because they bullied him not just because he was Corsican, but because he spoke French with a thick Italian accent.
The idea of Napoleon getting bullied it's kind of amusing to me.
Yeah, it's not something that you think about when you think of the name Napoleon. Like, maybe he was like he was really popular in school. I mean, a guy who ends up becoming the leader of a nation. But yeah, he spoke French with a really thick Italian accent, and that never went away. As I discuss the rest of his life, keep in mind, anytime he's speaking French, it is with an Italian accent. And it is a kind of big sort of elephant in the room in a lot of the interactions that he has. Is people, especially like French people, especially in Paris, people sometimes had a hard time understanding when he spoke. Not because he wasn't fluent in French. He was very well fluent in French, but just because he had a very thick accent. So in response to this bullying, at the age of like 10, 11, 12, he decided that he was a hardcore Corsican nationalist. He was all about Corsica. He was all about his heritage, his identity, and he became very outspoken about it, which made him an even bigger target for bullying by his French classmates. The social isolation that bullying caused drove him very deep into his studies, because that's all he really had. And he's remembered by all of his teachers as an exceptionally gifted student. His best subject was math. He was incredible at math. He was extremely intelligent when it came to math. But his passions, the stuff that he spent the most time on, were history, politics, and geography. And he started reading all of the great works of history and about historical figures, like especially Julius Caesar, Augustus, and of course our old buddy Alexander.
Good old Alexei.
He studied these men and their military campaigns and their political careers in excruciating detail. And this kind of contributed to like his sense of destiny. He started to see himself as one of them. He became convinced that one day he would rise to their levels and like I mentioned before, become one of the great men of history. So, due to his high grades, he ended up being accepted to the most prestigious military academy in France, the École Militaire, in 1784 at the age of 15. And the École Militaire is literally like the national officer training university in France at the time. It was like, it's what West Point is. Like West Point in the United States, it was basically that for the Kingdom of France.
So it was the back in the day for France?
Yeah. But unfortunately, that same year when he was accepted, his father ended up dying.
Oh, damn.
And his father was the only source of income that his family had.
That was probably not good.
Yeah, and so after that, Napoleon only had enough money. His family only had enough money to send him to school for 1 year, even though it was a 2-year training program. And so instead of just taking the...
That really sucks.
Yeah, it sucked hard. But...
What's even crazier, though, is he was so successful even with the 1 year.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing, though. Even though he only had a year, he finished the entire program. He just doubled up on all of his classes and all of his work.
Oh, damn.
And he did the entire 2-year program in 1 year. And so at the age of 16, he became the very first Corsican to ever graduate from the École Militaire. His grades in math were so high. I think he had the third highest grades out of his class of like 80. And his grades in math were so high that he was one of only a handful of students that was selected to become an artillery officer, which was very difficult for an officer to get. And so he was commissioned as a second lieutenant, and he was assigned to an artillery regiment, the La Forêt regiment, based out of the city of Auxonne. And so he bounced around France in a little bit, but he was mainly stationed in Auxonne, and it was in Auxonne where he was in 1789 at the age of 20 when shit started to hit the fan. That's the year that the foundations of the Ancien regime finally shook apart. So, in early 1789, the finance minister of France, a Swiss banker by the name of Jacques Necker, had a private meeting with King Louis XVI. And Necker told him in no uncertain terms that the interest payments on loans that the state had been taking out to cover the deficits over the last decade were now overburdening the country's inefficient tax system. And very, very soon, the state would have to default on the national debt. And the only way to avoid that would be to raise new taxes and to raise them very, very quickly. There was one problem with that. Because technically speaking, and this is going to sound weird, but bear with me, the king didn't actually have the power to levy new taxes.
Since when? Like, most of the time, kings always have that power.
The Middle Ages were weird.
Fair.
Yeah, for a lot of the Middle Ages, it was kind of a balancing act between the power of the king and the power of the nobility. And so there were a lot of these old laws that were put in place that actually kind of limited the power of the king. And in a lot of countries in Europe, you had these situations where the nobility would end up being able to form like their own political body that would represent their interest to the king and would act as a sort of check of power against the king's power, as a sort of compromise to prevent there from being like a civil war or anything like that. And these institutions were ancient. It's actually where the Parliament in Britain came from. That's what it started out as. It was originally a body with officials representing the nobility of England that would check the power of the king. And in England, it worked out pretty well because eventually, I mean, besides the whole English Civil War thing when they cut off a king's head, which sounds shockingly familiar, but let's not get into that right now. Besides that, the Parliament ended up working out pretty well for the kind of system that they ended up building. And it guaranteed a level of stability. That was not so in France. In France, they had something similar to the Parliament it's still distinct in certain important ways. This body was called the Estates General. And so if Louis wanted to raise new taxes, he would have to call the Estates General to session. So, the Estates General, like I said, not quite a parliament in the same way that the parliament in Britain was. Instead, it acted as a sort of advisory council. So it was a meeting of elected representatives from all over France, and they would convene to advise the king on policy by directly addressing the needs of particular classes and regions of the kingdom. And then over time, the Estates General had been able to sort of carve itself out some certain pseudo-constitutional rights for themselves through compromises with the crown, including one of the big ones being that they were the sole body in the kingdom that had the legal authority to levy new taxes, even though the king still technically had the authority to collect them. The Estates General were considered such a huge challenge to the crown's authority that the kings of France only really dared to convene them during times of national crisis. In fact, before 1789, the last time the Estates General had been called was 1614, 175 years prior. The reason that it was called the Estates General was because all of the delegates were representing different classes, or in French, the estates, within French society. The first estate, there were three estates. The first estate was the Catholic clergy, the second estate was the nobility, and the third estate, as well as the most populous, and they made up around 90% of the delegates in the Estates General, were the commoners, which included anybody who didn't have a noble title, including peasants, urban workers, intellectuals, and the urban middle class. The first and second estates had de facto sort of veto power over the third estate, because the way it was set up was each estate, regardless of whatever number they had as their representatives, each had one vote. And so the first and second estates would always vote together and overrule the third estate, even though they made up 90% of all of the delegates present. Yeah, and another problem with the Estates General with the third estate was that most of the proceedings in the Estates General were conducted in Latin, which wasn't a problem for the first and second estates, because you had to learn Latin to become a priest, and you also more than likely than not learned Latin as part of your education if you came from the nobility. But everybody in the third estate were fucked. None of them knew Latin, and so they couldn't really meaningfully participate in any of the discussions or the debates. So, hesitantly, Louis convened the Estates General. He sent out the message all across France: elect your representatives, bring them to Versailles, and we will hold the Estates General. And so it convened in the Palais du Roi in Versailles on May 5th, 1789. And on the first day that the session was called to order, the first speaker was the finance minister, Jacques Necker, who rose to speak and gave... Jacques Necker rose to speak, and he gave the absolutely shocking news that the royal treasury only had enough cash to pay the expenses of the state for the next month and a half. And in 6 weeks, the Kingdom of France would be bankrupt. The royal treasury only had enough cash to pay the expenses of the state for the next month and a half. And in 6 weeks' time, the Kingdom of France would be bankrupt. This moment is often pointed to...
They can last longer than I can.
Yeah, that's fair. They probably have more gold than we do.
Yeah.
This moment is often pointed to by historians as the moment that the French Revolution began, though there's some debate about that. But it is that... I like it for dramatic reasons. The Jacques Necker stepping up to the podium, giving the news, and then the entire hall just descending into chaos. I like that symbol as I like that scene as like the symbolic beginning of the French Revolution. So that's what I kind of go with. But here's the thing, though. It didn't necessarily have to be the start of the French Revolution.
Oh?
So... for some background, when Louis sent out the royal proclamation ordering the convening of the estates, the proclamation had given people the impression that the Estates General was in order to hear out the grievances from all of the delegates from all across the kingdom. But when the Third Estate delegates arrived, they ended up being completely sidelined during the proceedings, and everybody was just talking about the financial crisis. And so the Third Estate delegates, guys like the Abbé Sieyès, the Abbé Sieyès, he happened to be a priest, but he was representing the Third Estate, and another guy named the Comte de Mirabeau, they were pushing for more institutional reform. They were reasoning that the state's looming bankruptcy was a system of deeper institutional issues, but their repeated efforts to get the other estates on board with the idea of like institutional reform were met with brick walls and closed doors. Literal.
Sounds about like most governments. We want to keep all the power we can.
Yeah, literally, it literally closed doors. The king actually ordered the Third Estate delegates barred from the proceedings after a few days, and they were all locked out.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. And so, on June 20th, 1789, the Third Estate delegates effectively kind of just seceded from the Estates General. So, they were physically locked out of the building, and so they went to the only other building in town that was big enough to hold all of them, which happened to be the king's personal tennis court. And so, at this tennis court, all, like, 400 or so of them, they had a vote, and they declared themselves the official representative legislature of France. They called themselves the National Assembly. They were essentially just a bunch of people that got together and said, yeah, we're Congress now. We're Parliament now. That's what they did. They declared themselves the official legislature of France. They called themselves the National Assembly, and all of the delegates there took an oath not to disband until they had drafted a constitution for France and they had compelled the king to adopt it. And this event is now immortalized as the tennis court oath, which is more...
That's an odd name for it, but pop off, sis.
Yeah, because it was in the tennis court. And this was, I guess more appropriately, this was the actual official real birth of the French Revolution. This is where it began. So the remainder... Oh, where was I? Sorry, hold on. Oh yeah, the remainder of the essays. So back in the Palais du Roi, the rest of the first and second estates, after a lot of debates and stuff, they failed to adopt any new economic plan for France, and so eventually the Estates General was dissolved without having accomplished anything. But the Third Estate, the National Assembly, refused to disband, like they took the oath to. The National Assembly immediately, once news of what they had done went out into the world, they immediately started gaining popular support from the people of Paris, who, were very excited by the idea of some reforms. Because whether you were like a well-off middle-class merchant or a poor laborer, your life kind of fucking sucked under the king. Or at least under the Ancien regime.
Most regimes that are like authoritarian.
Yeah, pretty much. So there was a lot of back and forth for a while. The National Assembly was told to disperse several times, but they continued to refuse to do so. Eventually, a rumor began to spread around Paris that the king was planning on breaking up the National Assembly by force. He was going to send in the army and force them to disperse from Versailles.
Es no bueno, señor. Es no bueno.
Es no bueno. It's possible he was thinking about this. We don't really have evidence, but it would have made sense. But when this rumor made it to Paris, riots broke out across the entire city. And these riots were probably the worst riots that France had ever seen up to that point in their long history. These were really, really bad. every street, every thoroughfare, every town square in the city of Paris were filled with people breaking shit, screaming, singing, and demanding that the National Assembly be given institutional authority. And eventually these riots coalesced into a mob which attacked on July 14th, 1789. This mob attacked the Bastille. And the Bastille was a fortress in the middle of Paris that it had been built in the Middle Ages. It had historically been used as a prison for political prisoners against the crown, and it had served as a symbol of the king's absolute power over the nation. And more importantly to a lot of the people there, it had a really big collection of muskets and ammunition. And so this mob stormed the Bastille on July 14th. 83 Parisians were killed in the attack, but they did successfully seize it. All of the soldiers that were defending the Bastille were killed. All of the prisoners that were held inside were freed, although it was a bit underwhelming. There were only 9 of them. And most of them weren't actually there for political reasons. Most of them were there because they didn't really have asylums back then, and so most of them were just mentally ill.
That's, like, even today, that's how a lot of mentally ill people are unfortunately treated. It's like, oh, we don't want to deal with you. Asylum.
Yeah, but these people who were freed from the Bastille were put up on... They basically were crowd-surfed all the way through Paris. Like, they did a couple routes just around the city, just being carried by this mob of people. And we're kind of being celebrated as heroes and symbols of defiance against the Ancien regime. Also, so all of the soldiers in the Bastille were killed, and the commander of the soldiers was publicly executed by... He had his head cut off with a sword, and his head was put onto a pike and paraded around the city. Yeah, so this is the opening of the revolution. This is the very first act of the revolution. We have 10 years to go, and it only gets worse from here.
I didn't know the French Revolution lasted that long. Holy schnit.
Yeah, it's a whole big thing. So over the coming weeks, this mob systematically dismantled the Bastille brick by brick. Literally, they would work in crews, just picking up bricks from the wall and throwing it down. And they had the entire thing down in just a few weeks. This giant fortress.
Damn! They literally dismantled the walls of oppression brick by brick, like SpongeBob said.
It was also during these riots that people first begin using the tricolor. So the tricolor flag and the tricolor cockade, the little ribbon thing that they wore on their hats. It combined blue and red, which were the traditional colors of the city of Paris, and had recently become a symbol of resistance against the Ancien regime. And they combined it in the middle with white, which represented the monarchy. Because at the time, the people who were rioting saw their riots in support of the king. They thought that that these reforms were meant to support the king and make his rule more just and make it easier for him to represent the will of the French people. They very much still like Louis at this point.
Dang, that's just crazy.
Yeah, and that blue, white, red, that is still the flag of France to this day. And also, July 14th is now, still to this day, the national holiday of France. It's sort of like their Independence Day. It's called Bastille. Yeah, it's called Bastille Day.
I've heard of Bastille Day.
So, in July of 1789, as all of this is happening, Louis effectively just lost control of Paris. At this moment, the revolution they were still proclaiming loyalty to the king, but really, at this time, at least in the city of Paris, he didn't actually have any control over the situation. It had all gone out of his hands. And so Louis ended up being forced to accept the legitimacy of the National Assembly. And so with that, France went from an absolute monarchy to a constitutional monarchy in the same vein as, like, England. And so, with their newfound legitimacy, the National Assembly immediately got to work enacting sweeping reforms over France, because now they had the power to do it. In early August, they passed several decrees called, of course, the August Decrees, which effectively abolished feudalism in France. Just like that. Yeah, in the course of a month, they effectively destroyed feudalism.
How did it go on for 10 years if they were that successful that quickly?
Man, you are going to fucking... This story is going to blow your mind every moment, every step of the way.
I guarantee it is, because when I'm sober, it's easy to blow my mind. Just like, wait, what? That happened? And then it's even worse when I'm drunk, as you know.
And so they declared equality before the law for all citizens. They ended special exemptions from taxes for the nobility, as well as peasants' obligations to their landlords. Yeah, they ended tithing to the church. People weren't required to pay a special tax to the church anymore.
Damn!
Yeah, this was all in the course of a month. And at the same time they're doing this, they're writing out what came to be called the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen.
Wow, this is like progressive, my dude.
Which is a document which served as the bedrock for the new French Constitution, and is, I say, debatably the first comprehensive declaration of individual universal human rights in all of human history. But by the way, one of the co-authors of the Declaration of the Rights of Man was a guy who you might recognize his name, the Marquis de Lafayette.
Haven't we mentioned him before?
We did. We talked about him in the Ethan Allen episode because Ethan Allen met him.
It's been like a year?
Yeah. The Marquis de Lafayette was a veteran officer of the American Revolution and a close personal friend of George Washington. He was a dedicated reformer and a liberal, and he had been elected as a representative in the Second Estate during the Estates General, but when the Third Estate had seceded and formed the National Assembly, he defected from the Second Estate and joined the National Assembly.
Holy shit!
And so now he's writing the Declaration of the Rights of Man, which the reason I said debatably the first Declaration of Universal Human Rights is because he based these off of the American Bill of Rights.
Wow.
And he had corresponded with the guy who wrote the American Bill of Rights, his other close friend, Thomas Jefferson.
Wow.
And so remember Lafayette, he's not gonna, we're gonna get to a point in this story where he doesn't show up much anymore, but he is going to play an enormous role in this revolution, and later on in his life, he's going to play really big roles in 2 or 3 other French revolutions.
Wow.
Yeah, he is one of the most important men of his era. He is hugely influential. I'm probably going to end up doing an episode on him eventually. It would be worth it. But yeah, so as all of this was happening, as many legislatures like to do, factions started to emerge within the National Assembly. Because in practice, the National Assembly wasn't really ideologically unified. Whenever they held sessions, the delegates would sit next to other delegates that they most closely agreed with ideologically. They kind of started to form like these blocks of political action groups where they, from certain areas, they would push for certain policies that they wanted enacted. And so the way that it ended up working out is that on the right side of the assembly were all of the monarchists who, some of them believed in reform, but if they did believe in reform, they thought that it should be as slow and incremental as possible, and that nothing should be done to disrupt the natural structure of the French system.
Because they were benefiting from the old structure, so why would they like it to change?
Right, yeah. And then on the left side were more people who would end up becoming more like the hardcore Republicans, who believed in like the complete abolition of feudal titles and the complete abolition of the privileges of the church, and in some cases, though they never said it out loud, the abolition of the monarchy itself.
Well, no duh.
Yeah, and then between them in the middle were the biggest group were a collection of liberal nobles, like the Marquis de Lafayette, who did want to see sweeping changes in the structure of the French government and a more representative political system, but they shied away from more outright abolition of the monarchy or noble privileges. And so you'll notice the monarchists are on the right, the radical Republicans are on the left, and then your kind of in-betweeners are in the center. This seating arrangement for the National Assembly is where we get the modern left-right political spectrum from.
Does that surprise me whatsoever?
Yeah, so that's why conservatives are right-wingers and radicals are left-wingers. That's where it comes from. So these differing political ideas were becoming more formalized thanks to the organization of political clubs. So you get these clubs popping up everywhere. They're kind of a mix between a political party, a discussion group, and a bunch of guys drinking, basically, is what these were. And these clubs, they were popping up all over France. People would discuss philosophy and policy. Some of them were just open to the general public. Typically, these were the more radical ones. Some of them kind of had like you kind of had to pay to get in, and so it was restricted to rich people. These were typically more the centrist or the conservative ones. And they would get together, they'd organize campaigns for certain policies, they'd produce literature, stuff like that. The two most famous of these at the time, the less famous one was the Society of 1789, which is kind of the center of the sort of conservative wing of... they were generally like a group of moderate conservatives, sort of constitutional monarchists. They wanted the legislature, they wanted a constitution, but they also wanted to make sure Louis still had strong executive power. The other most famous one of the time, the one that will become significantly more famous, was their official name was the Society of Friends of the Constitution. And they were the absolute furthest left of the assembly, and it included many members who publicly advocated for the abolition of the monarchy and the establishment of a constitutional republic, though at this point, even then, they were not nearly as radical as they would eventually become. You might have heard their nickname before. They're better known by the nickname of the Jacobins. Have you ever heard of the Jacobins before?
No, I thought you clipped out for a second and I didn't hear you right, but you said it again and it was right. No, I have not heard of the Jacobins.
But yeah, so it's the Society of the Friends of the Constitution. They're also just called the Jacobin Club or just the Jacobins. They are what people think of when they think of the French Revolution. Napoleon is, once again, he is just 20 years old as all of this is happening. He was seeing all of this revolutionary upheaval happening, and he decided that this would probably be his opportunity to begin making a name for himself. You know, he's got these ideas about what he wants to be in history, and this is a great opportunity for him. And of course, at this time, he's still an outspoken Corsican nationalist. And so he saw the revolution as an opportunity to liberate his homeland, specifically liberate his homeland on his terms. It's also worth mentioning that the first year or so of the revolution at this point was a bit of a nightmare for the French army. So as all of these, especially after the August decrees went into effect, officers in the army, who were mostly noblemen who owned land and titles, began deserting from the army in droves and fleeing from the country.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were positive that they were about to be fed into, well, a bunch of guillotines. Which at this point that had not started yet, but boy, are we going to get into that.
That's why I'm glad you went for the what's it called? The 3-sip rule instead of the shot rule. It's been a long week. Apologies for brain not working.
Yeah. And so it's very soon after the revolution began, um, the chain of command of the entire army was effectively crippled. It turned into a giant, disorganized, chaotic mess. And so Napoleon, he went to his superiors and he requested some time off for convalescence from like a cold that he had or something. Requested permission to go home to Corsica, and so they gave it to him, and then he just kind of didn't come back.
He's like, "Fuck y'all, I'm going home."
Yeah, he kind of just went AWOL. Here's the thing, though. He was still acting like he was in the army.
That's funny.
And so when he overstayed his leave, there was nothing the army could really do because they just weren't in a position to be able to chase down every officer that went AWOL, because that was like 50% of all of the officers they had.
Yep, that sounds about right.
And so he got to Corsica in late 1789, where he met back up with some of his younger brothers. And he ended up falling in with the now reinvigorated Corsican nationalist movement, who saw this as a golden opportunity for to assert some Corsican independence. And this included their leader, the now elderly Pasquale Paoli, who had just returned from exile in London. And so in Corsica, the political scene divided into sort of three main factions. So you had two factions that were pro-French, but one of the factions was pro-French and pro-revolution, and they centered around the Jacobin Club that had been put up on the island. And then the second one was the pro-French royalists, who did not support the revolution and were opposed to the National Assembly. And then off to the side, but kind of becoming a bigger force than either of them, was the anti-French nationalists under Pasquale Paoli, who, it kind of made sense, didn't really like the French after they kind of kicked him out of power a few decades before. So when Napoleon arrived, he was, of course, overjoyed to meet one of his heroes, Pasquale Paoli. I mean, not just one of the heroes of Corsican nationalism and Corsican independence, but also a revolutionary hero in his own right. He was doing revolution before it was cool. He was leading.
I was revolting before it was cool, guys.
The problem was Paoli didn't like Napoleon. Paoli, for some reason, just didn't. He was giving Napoleon the cold shoulder. Every time Napoleon would try to be buddies with this old guy, he'd just like, no, fuck off, I don't like you. And there were a few reasons for that. For one, Paoli, while he was in exile in London, he'd made a lot of friends. And so when he got back to Corsica, he kind of sought to realign Corsica, not into complete independence, but specifically sort of into England's sphere of influence and kind of under their protection, because he knew that he could work with the English and they would give Corsica a better deal for independence. And so he actively began courting both the anti-French and the anti-revolutionary factions within Corsica in order to kind of unite them against the French Revolution, so that they could keep England's support, because England did not like the French Revolution. They were kind of annoyed by it and didn't really trust it at this point, even though they were, kind of having a good time watching their mortal enemies, the French, kind of burn themselves down, but they still didn't like the whole idea. And so, anyways, Napoleon, on the other hand, he began actively supporting the Jacobins, because this doesn't really seem like it makes a lot of sense, because, and a lot of people speculate, like, well, he spent so many of his formative years in France at this point that maybe Frenchness was kind of starting to rub off on him and kind of like scrape away the sort of staunch Corsican nationalism. I don't think that's what it is. It might have played a role, but I think the main thing is that Napoleon saw how rapidly the entire situation in Versailles with the National Assembly had devolved, and how quickly riots had broken out, immediately beelining for the most radical option, and had ended up kind of forcing Louis's hand. He saw how the political winds were blowing, in a sense, if that makes sense. And so he decided, this is what I think he did. I think he decided, I'm going to go ahead and hitch my wagon to the most radical people I can find, because I'm going to be betting, I'm going to be putting my money on that they're going to end up being the ones who come out on top.
Fair.
And if I hitch my wagon to them, then I'll rise with them. And that's my kind of ticket up. And so he had started supporting the Jacobins, the pro-French, pro-revolutionary faction. And so that ended up putting him at odds politically with Paoli. Another aspect of it was that Paoli didn't just not like Napoleon. He didn't like any of the Bonapartes. He didn't like their family. And he hated Napoleon's dad, Carlo. When all of the other leaders of the Corsican Republic had gone into exile after the French invasion, Napoleon's dad had stayed behind. And not only had he stayed behind, he pledged allegiance to the French crown. He became an employee of the French government representing Corsica to their occupiers. Paoli saw the Bonapartes not as fellow Corsicans. He saw them as collaborators to an occupation. And so from that perspective, it kind of makes sense why he didn't fucking like Napoleon.
I mean, honestly, yes.
So from this point, I'm not going to get too deep into the weeds about the political conflict in Corsica, because it's really fucking complicated. But basically, eventually, Corsica received equal representation in the National Assembly, and then later on some other institutions that we'll talk about when we get to them. And during these elections, it ended up devolving into gang violence between the anti-French groups under Paoli and the pro-French groups under Napoleon. They were being led by Napoleon and his brothers. And this conflict on the island ended up lasting for several years. And keep in mind, a lot of shit is happening back in Paris as all of this is happening. The French Revolution goes very quick. A lot of stuff happens very fast.
0 to 60, boy.
Yeah. And so, and here's the crazy thing. Napoleon ended up being in Corsica for most of the most eventful and famous and iconic parts of the French Revolution. He wasn't in France. And so we will cover Napoleon more once he gets back to France.
Okay.
So in 1792, the Revolutionary French Army, which a lot of shit's happened at this point, they noticed that one of their officers happened to be on Corsica. And so despite the fact that he had been AWOL for about 2-3 years at this point, they ended up promoting Napoleon to captain, and they gave him command of the French garrison on the island because, let's face it, it would be a constant problem. They really needed officers pretty badly. And so, a little bit of light desertion wasn't enough to get you kicked out of the French army at this point. And so Napoleon ended up using these troops in his conflict with Paoli against the other partisans, which gave him the upper hand in the conflict. And this conflict really, really came to a head after, in 1792, Paoli formally declared independence from France and put Corsica under Britain's sphere of influence. And so the fighting was starting to turn in the Bonaparte's favor, but the problem was the use of French troops in this fight alienated most of the island from the Bonapartes, because they came to see him the way that Paoli saw him, as a French officer with a foreign army occupying their island. And so even though he militarily won against Paoli and his forces, eventually he lost control of the situation, and he and his family were forced to flee back to France because they were driven out by a populace that hated them. They couldn't control the population, and they ended up driving them out at the point of spears and pitchforks.
As should be done.
Yeah, and so Napoleon and his whole family, all his siblings and his mother, they fled to France, and they set up shop near the city of Toulon on the southern French coast. So, where were we at on that? That was which rule was that? That's a setback for him, right? Yeah. So that's a. So let's catch up on what's been happening in France up to this point. So after the ratification of the August Decrees and the Declaration of the Rights of Man, Louis and the National Assembly immediately, of course, began butting heads over power.
No doubt.
Louis was naturally not crazy happy about being strong-armed into giving up some of his power by a bunch of angry mobs. And this conflict between him and the Assembly was inflated by popular unrest both in the streets and out in the country, with riots breaking out over soaring bread prices, because in the aftermath of the start of the revolution, the economy really went in the shitter. It was pretty bad there for a while. In October, a mob of 7,000 women armed with muskets that they had stolen from an armory marched on the palace at Versailles, and they demanded both the Assembly and the king institute price controls to control the price of bread. This mob ended up being joined by 15,000 members of this group that had recently been formed, called the National Guard. The National Guard were a military force outside of the chain of command of the military, whose main job was to restore order in the city whenever there was a riot. It had been formed by the National Assembly, and it was being commanded by Lafayette. He was basically the guy who founded the French National Guard.
Okay.
Despite the fact that they were created to quell riots, they were pretty revolutionary in their own right, and so whenever a riot happened, they kind of just go and join it. And Lafayette, even though he was ostensibly in command of the National Guard, it was his brainchild. He really didn't have control over them. At any time that shit happened, they would immediately go and do their own thing. And so Lafayette ended up convincing Louis that for his own safety and for the safety of the royal family, it would be best if Louis and his family relocated to Paris in order to give the appearance that he was trying to kind of return to the people in order to stave off future mobs.
Smart.
We'll talk about it.
Was it not? Or like it?
Oh, no, it was an awful idea. It was a horrible idea. Yeah. Because it meant that because it failed to stave off the mobs, and it meant that he was much closer to the mobs.
Fair.
So Louis ended up relenting, and the royal family returned to live in Paris for the first time in almost 2 centuries. In the following months after that, the National Assembly continued to pass more and more reforms, this time specifically targeting the church, and this is where shit really starts to go bad. Church properties were seized by the state, and the value of those properties were used to leverage and back the value of a new currency that the Assembly was introducing, called the assignat, which ended up in the long run just turning into glorified monopoly money. That's always what happens during revolutions. They try to introduce a new currency, and the currency isn't worth anything. In February of 1790, they passed a law dissolving religious orders and monasteries, which means that any monk or nun in the country could no longer be a monk or a nun.
I don't put a lot of stock in religion, but like trying to dissolve religion in general is probably not a good idea.
Yeah, and I'm going to give you a little sign of things to come. This is the most moderate that the revolution's ever going to be.
The fuck?
Oh my god, dude, it gets so bad.
How? How is this the most moderate it gets?
We get to the point where they're shoving priests, like ships full. They're shoving like hundreds of priests onto a ship and then singing it to the bottom of the ocean.
What?
Yeah.
Holy shit! I didn't know the French Revolution was this wild.
Oh my god, dude. Dude, it gets so bad.
I half expected you to say someone got defenestrated. Not sinking ships of priests.
Oh, that was happening on the daily in Paris before the revolution began, let's be honest.
Okay.
Paris was not a nice place to live back then. But anyways, so yeah, monks and nuns couldn't be monks and nuns anymore. They had to give up their practices and return to being private citizens.
I'm assuming that did not go over well.
That didn't go over well. This next thing I'm about to say went over even worse.
Oh, good God.
In July of 1790, all priests were required to become state employees. And to continue being priests, they had to take a vow of loyalty to the French state.
The actual fuck?
And in this vow, they acknowledged the authority of the French government came before the authority of the Pope.
Whoa!
It was explicit. Any clergy who refused to take this vow were declared outlaws. And so most priests in France were forced to either go underground and practice in secret or to just flee the country. Now, this is not, when I say most priests, I'm not talking about like a slim majority because a good chunk of them agreed to take this vow. More than 95% of priests refused to take the vow and became outlaws. Less than 5% of priests in the country took the vow.
Smart.
They essentially outlawed the entire population of priests in their country.
Which was the worst idea ever.
Yeah, we're going to get to some really, really big uprisings that happened in a little bit.
How do you get worse than this?
Dude, once the uprisings begin, they had to be a little bit more direct. As all of this was happening, the National Assembly itself was starting to become even more divided. At this point, it was controlled by centrists like Lafayette, the Abbé Sieyès, who, again, is still a priest at this point. And he is 100% on board with all of these policies. So guys like Lafayette, the Abbé Sieyès, and the Comte de Mirabeau. And again, these are the centrists. These are the centrists that are doing this.
I feel like I should be scared of the French now.
Yeah. So, despite their relative radicalism compared to, absolute monarchy, they were still restricting the benefits of citizenship to wealthier middle-class citizens. They didn't want poor laborers and peasants and people like that being involved in having political representation. They weren't a big fan of that. And so the masses...
How? What? You're abolishing religion, but you're not giving
Yeah, it's...
The French make no sense.
Really early liberalism was really fucking weird and really different from what it is now. But, so, because they weren't really big on giving, everyday people political representation, that drove the masses of the urban poor in Paris into the hands of more radical factions like the Jacobin Club. And so the Jacobin Club was pushing for greater social reforms, more political democracy, and that was causing them to butt heads, naturally, with the center and the right. So to try to suppress popular outrage, the centrists passed a slate of laws that restricted free press, outlawed the formation of labor unions, and it also instituted some income requirements in order to join the National Guard, so that the National Guard wasn't just a bunch of poor people that they were giving guns to voluntarily, because that's kind of what it had become up to this point. And with all of this tension that was starting to happen within the political sphere, the zeitgeist of the entire country, especially in Paris, was starting to become more paranoid and conspiratorial. Radicals were starting to claim that there were subversive, quote-unquote, subversive reactionary elements in the government. And they were starting to claim more explicitly that they were centered around the royal family, especially King Louis's wife, Marie Antoinette. And Marie Antoinette, she was Austrian. She was a Habsburg.
Why do I know Marie Antoinette?
Have you ever heard the quote, "Let them eat cake"?
Oh, that was her? Didn't she get a movie about her?
I think she's had several movies about her, yeah.
I feel like I watched that movie, one of the movies, but I could be wrong. I'm not great with names throughout history, so like I could know a lot of people's like feats, but not really be tying the names correctly. Just heads up.
But yeah, she was Louis's wife. She was a Habsburg Austrian, and also she was one of the most hated women in France, because everybody saw her as like a frivolous spender and wasting money while people starved in the streets. That's kind of the reputation she had.
Yikes!
And it wasn't wrong, but she wasn't any worse than any other king or queen was. That's just what came with being a king or queen, is having these spending incredible amounts of money on personal pleasures while your people starve. That's what kings and queens do. That's the whole point.
I mean, yeah, to be honest, like...
So, all of the radicals in government were starting to push this conspiracy theory that Marie Antoinette was conspiring with other royalty around Europe to have all the other kingdoms in Europe invade France and occupy it so that they could destroy the revolution. And here's the reality of it. They were like 20% correct.
Of course.
Because Marie Antoinette was secretly giving support to some of those guys that I mentioned earlier that were like fleeing from the army, and like going abroad so that they could escape any consequences for their actions as nobility, that kind of avoiding the people's wrath. They were off they had scattered into all of these different courts around Europe, and when they arrived, they were petitioning all of these other kings and leaders to just do something about the French Revolution, to step in and put a stop to it. And it was especially strong in both England and Austria. But the thing was, the king of England and the Archduke of Austria really did not have any intention of helping at all. They would rather sit back and watch their main rival for political power burn itself to the ground. They were perfectly happy with letting the revolution run its course, because whatever came out the other side was going to be much weaker than the France that they were having to deal with before. But all of these rumors, regardless of their truth, were starting to fire up the people of Paris, and tensions were starting to rise in the streets.
Yeah-oh.
And these tensions really flared up into a sort of inferno in June of 1791, when the royal family attempted to... They were trying to run away. They tried to flee from Paris in the middle of the night because...
Like a little bitch.
Yeah, because effectively at this point they were kind of prisoners in their own homes. Not officially, they had never been arrested or anything, but they weren't really allowed to leave, just as kind of a wink nudge, like, yeah, if you try to leave, we'll kind of use it as evidence for you. And so what they were trying to do is get out of Paris in the middle of the night when nobody would see them. I think what they were actually trying to do was just go out to one of their estates out on like the west coast of France. Just get away from the city of Paris and deal with the consequences later. Because as long as they were away from the mobs, they could deal with whatever came after that. But they were recognized on the road out of Paris. The story goes that this man at a toll booth on the road just outside of Versailles, he took their payment at his toll booth, and he looked at the coin that he was given, which was the old currency, the francs that they had used under the Ancien regime, not the new assignat.
Isn't that their current currency is the franc?
No, they use the euro now.
Okay.
They did use the franc, like in the 1800s after the French Revolution, and up through like World War II, up until they joined the Eurozone. And when was that? I think the 70s. I think when they adopted the euro, but before that, they did use francs.
Okay, I was just making sure that that's what they didn't last moving. Is what I was saying.
Yeah, so yeah, they still use francs up all the way through the 1970s is when they entered the Eurozone. But yeah, the story goes that this toll guard looked down at the coin that he got, and on the coin was the profile of Louis XVI. And then he looked back up and he saw that they had that exact same profile through the window of their cart.
That's the dumbest way of sneaking away to get caught.
Yeah, and so he sent for soldiers to come, and he's a loyal guy to the revolution. He realizes that, the king's trying to flee. He's probably going to flee to Austria and try to get them to invade France and crush the revolution. And so he calls for soldiers. The soldiers come and pick the royal family back up and drag them back to Paris in chains. All of Paris was outraged at the fact that he tried to leave Paris. And and many people believe that Louis was trying to flee to Austria in order to lead an Austrian army into France. But like I said, probably wasn't true. They were probably just trying to get out of the city. In the aftermath, the National Assembly ordered a series of police sweeps throughout France in order to locate and crack down on possible reactionary, quote-unquote, spies and traitors. And the Assembly, despite that, they didn't immediately remove Louis from his throne.
What?
Yeah, so remember, the centrists are still in power. They still want, like, a king in charge. They just want him to have a little bit less power. And so what they wanted to use this as an excuse to kind of devolve more power out of the monarchy into the National Assembly and use that as sort of compromise because to Louis, because the alternative is we hand you over to the Jacobins over there. That's kind of their thinking. But by not removing Louis from the throne, it outrages the Jacobins, and by extension, it outrages all of their supporters in the streets, which is all of the people in the streets. And so on July 17th, a crowd formed on the Champ de Mars, which is a large green sort of park/garden in the middle of Paris. And they were demanding that Louis be removed and that France become a republic. That was this crowd's demand. Lafayette and the National Guard were sent out, and they were given orders to restore order, and Lafayette gave the order to fire on the crowd. Somewhere between 13...
Ooh, that didn't probably turn out well, did it?
Yeah, no. Somewhere between 13 and 50 people were killed.
Fuck, man. Fuck.
In the aftermath, so after Louis was brought back, the assembly had launched a bunch of police crackdowns on reactionaries. After the firing on the crowd, the massacre at the Champ de Mars, they then turned around in order to crack down on radicals across the country, and that ended up driving a lot of supporters of the Jacobins into hiding. But the problem was supporters of the Jacobins now vastly outnumbered supporters of any other group in the National Assembly, and they were starting to become pretty outnumbered, and the massacre at the Champ de Mars kind of caused their numbers to grow even further. And so public opinion was turning sharply against the assembly and against oh God, against Lafayette specifically. Overnight, he became the most hated man in France.
No shit.
Literally a month before, he was beloved as one of the great heroes of the revolution so far. And overnight, he became public enemy number one in the streets.
As well deserved.
And so he ended up being forced to resign his command of the National Guard.
Too easy. He got off too easy.
He's going to end up in jail for a while, and very shortly. So just hold on to that. I think what he experiences in prison is going to more than make up for... he does not have a good time.
Ooh. Does he take a beating?
He takes a lot more than beating.
Ooh. Revenge!
As all of this is happening, on August 27th, the Habsburg Holy Roman Emperor Leopold II and the Prussian King Friedrich Wilhelm II gave their public support to Louis against the revolution, and they started publicly hinting about a possible invasion. Now, that doesn't make sense because earlier I told you they didn't intend to invade. And that's the thing, they still don't intend to invade. What they were doing here is pandering. They were pandering to these... Basically, they had these huge groups of French émigrés, these that were now in their courts, bugging the shit out of them every single day to go do something about the revolution. You have to go send your armies in, go do something about the revolution. And they were just dealing with this every single day, and they were getting annoyed as shit.
I kind of don't blame them.
And so they kind of decided to throw them a bone and was like, yeah, we'll put out this message of public support for Louis against the revolution. We'll hint at an invasion, but we're not actually going to do anything about it. Hopefully that will get all of these fucking assholes off our asses for a little while, so that we can go and focus on more important things, like the thing that they were planning at the time, the Third Partition of Poland.
What was that?
We discussed in our episodes about Frederick the Great. The last major war that he did was the First Partition of Poland. So the Partition of Poland was the basically Austria, Prussia, and Russia teaming up to kind of bite off chunks of Poland one at a time.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, and so the Third Partition of Poland, which they will be doing very shortly after this, was the last one, and it was what caused Poland to disappear from the maps of Europe for about 150 years. And so when they released this message of solidarity with their dear poor oppressed King Louis, it of course had the kind of effect that you would expect amongst the population of France. They immediately saw this as proof that Louis was in fact collaborating with the foreign reactionary powers of Europe. It seemed like all of these things happening all in a row, all of the Jacobins' worst predictions were starting to come true. The royal family was plotting against the newfound liberty of the French people. They were being betrayed from within, and now the armies of reaction would soon be at the gates of Paris. And it was during this time, one of the guys that was pushing this the most was this lawyer who was a Jacobin delegate in the assembly named Maximilien Robespierre. And it was during this time that he started to become really, really famous and popular and started to become one of the most prominent leaders in the Jacobin camp of the National Assembly. And so, in this environment, the assembly finally was able... So they had the Constitution, the new Constitution of France, written up for a while, and it had taken a lot of debate and stuff, but they'd finally gotten it written, and now, with all of this stuff happening, the National Assembly was finally able to leverage Louis to force him to adopt it.
Finally.
And so the first official constitution in French history was adopted in 1791. And it was called, naturally, the Constitution of 1791. With the new law of the land in place, the tennis court oath was now fulfilled, and the assembly was dissolved, and elections began for an official new assembly, which would no longer be called the National Assembly. It was now going to be called the Legislative Assembly. This caused even more problems because
no doubt
the Jacobins really didn't like this constitution because it put, for the main reason being, it put a wealth restriction on voting, which meant that only about 10% of the male population of France were allowed to vote, which was not nearly enough for the Jacobins' taste. On top of that, the provisions of the Constitution that were reaffirming the laws against the church were causing some massive pro-clergy peasant uprisings in southern France that nearly turned into a full-blown civil war. And this is where you start to get is this kind of the underrated, under-remembered parts of the French Revolution, is all of these sorts of peasant uprisings that started to happen against the revolution when their anti-clerical laws started to become cemented into place. This was the first big one, and it was put down by the French army with some extreme brutality. I'm talking like public tortures and executions, burning down entire villages. Some typical counterinsurgency stuff, like the type of shit that the U.S. Army was doing in Vietnam and the Nazis were doing in Belarus against partisans.
So what you're saying, the real heinous shit.
Yes, some of the most evil shit that a government or an army can do. This is where it kind of starts. The worst of it is going to come a little bit later down in a region in western France called the Vendée. That's where you start to get stuff like packing ships full of people and packing them full of priests and sinking them to the bottom of the sea. That's where the worst of it's going to be. But that's not going to happen for a little bit longer. But we're very close now. So in this new legislative assembly, the Overton window had shifted way far to the left. So the guys who had once been centrists, the constitutional monarchists, were now on the right of the seating chart. All of the the hardcore anti-revolutionary monarchists, none of them were in power anymore. None of them had a voice anymore. They had all been voted out. And so it was now split between the right wing was now guys like Lafayette. They were now the conservatives, the constitutional monarchists, and the right, or the left, were now the Jacobins, who are now openly calling for a constitutional republic and the overthrow of Louis. At this point, Louis himself was desperate to reassert his own authority by any means necessary. Here's some weird shit. Around this time, just out of pure desperation, he began advocating for France to declare war against Austria, which is something that some of the more fringe voices in the Jacobins had started to do. And when he had heard some people kind of calling for this, for a preemptive strike against Austria, Louis decided, you know what, maybe if we did this, because he had read the Constitution that he really didn't like, but now that it was in place, he wanted to activate one of the clauses in the Constitution, specifically one that had to deal with command of the army during times of war. So it specifically stipulated that during times of peace, the army was under the command of the Legislative Assembly, but during times of war, it would be transferred over to Louis as the king, the executive, the defender of the French people. He would have authority over the army during times of war. And so he figured if he could push the Legislative Assembly to declare war on Austria, then he would be given power over the army. Then he could use the army to kind of reassert his control over the government. That was his idea.
That probably didn't work out so well for him, did it?
It did not. No, it never got that far, because every time he tried to say shit like this, it had the complete opposite effect. People just became more and more convinced that he was just lying and bullshitting. Which, to be fair, he kind of was, just not in the way that they thought he was. And so every time he opened his mouth, people just became more and more convinced of his guilt. There's nothing he could do. It was all getting away from him. But with Louis having said that, now Austria and Prussia were turning around wait, hold on a second. We didn't actually want to go at war with France, but now they're kind of having to take it a little bit more seriously. And so, like, okay, now if Louis himself is talking about war, we probably should start preparing for a war. And so uh, they started moving troops to the border of France, in just on the other side in Germany, in the Holy Roman Empire. And so, in response to that, then the National Assembly ordered French troops to go and reinforce the border garrisons on the border with Germany. And then the National Assembly sent an ultimatum to Archduke Leopold, the Holy Roman Emperor. They said, either withdraw your troops from the border of France, or France will declare war on Austria and on Prussia. And so Leopold, at this point, he's still kind of trying to avoid a war. He really, really doesn't want a war with France right now. It sounds like an awful idea. But the thing is, he doesn't want to appear weak either, because he doesn't want this new French revolutionary government to kind of feel confident in itself in geopolitics. They want them kind of on the back foot and kind of scared, basically. It's being run by a bunch of new guys who don't have any experience in geopolitics, don't really know what they're doing. He kind of wants to keep it that way. And so he kind of wants to appear strong. And so he tries to walk this fine line between, I don't want war, but I don't want to appear like I don't want war, and completely bungles it.
Of course.
Yeah, he sends a letter to the Legislative Assembly, and nobody's able to decipher the letter. It is a complete jumbled mess. It does not give a clear answer what he's actually going to do. And so in their paranoid revolutionary fervor, they take this as a sign of he's trying to manipulate the Legislative Assembly. And so the Assembly votes to declare war. And on April 20th, 1792, they launch off what came to be called the War of the First Coalition.
Of course. Yay, war.
This would be the first of what came to be called the French Revolutionary Wars, and then after 1800 would be called the Napoleonic Wars.
Lovely.
Yeah, to give you an idea, this is 1792 right now. These wars are going to continue on until 1815.
What?
Yeah, it's going to go on for a while. It's not going to be one continuous war. It's going to be split up into a bunch of different wars. But essentially, yeah, it's a period from 1792 to 1815 of just constant war with maybe a year or two of a break in between. So initially, the French population was swept with patriotic excitement and fervor at the start of the war. They believed that this would be the French people thought that this would be their opportunity. They were going to export the ideals of liberty and democracy across the continent. Within 4 months, all of their hopes and dreams had been dashed because the French army was suffering a series of absolutely disastrous defeats. Every single engagement, the French army was losing. And the French people were very quickly becoming both demoralized and enraged. So, in order to try to shore up the morale of the French people, the Legislative Assembly attempted to pass some more laws cracking down on priests because, let's they're mad that we're losing the war, but let's appease them with some some more priests thrown in prison. That'll be good.
The priests again? Really?
Yeah.
Ain't they done enough to the priests?
Nope. No, they have. Nope, they had.
I didn't think I'd be feeling bad for religious people right now.
Yeah, this story makes me feel really bad. Now, don't get me wrong. There were a lot of this clergy that were part and party to a lot of some really heinous shit that was going on in the Ancien regime under the monarchy. I can understand a lot of their frustration at a lot of the shit that the church had done, but just a regular this wasn't really targeted at it was targeted at cardinals and bishops and stuff, but the people who took the brunt of it was just the guy who did Sunday service in a small farming town in the middle of nowhere. He'd just get dragged out of his church one day and thrown into prison because he refused to take an oath. It's just really fucked up shit, honestly. But, yeah, pretty much. So, in order to try to shore up some morale, they started introducing some even more restrictive laws against priests, the priests who refused to take the oath, they refer to as non-juring priests. And if you were a non-juring priest, you were essentially like not considered human by the French legal system. But when they tried to pass these new laws, it was vetoed by Louis. Louis vetoed it, which was his right in the Constitution as the king. And so, but when he vetoed this law, in response to that, a mob formed in Paris, which was being led by the National Guard, and they raided. It's going to be a recurring thing. They raided Louis's palace on August 10th, 1792, probably in order to try to lynch him. But he was able to escape with his family, and they hid away in the same building where the Legislative Assembly was meeting. The mob followed him to the Legislative Assembly, and while he was there, the Assembly decided that if we don't do something now, the mob is going to break down the doors, and they are going to come in and kill all of us. Not quite. We're almost there, I promise. Instead, I'm sorry, I know I'm going as fast as I can. We might have to cut this one in half too, make it 3 episodes. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Um. Yeah. 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 And so the assembly, they were able to successfully calm the crowd down and prevent them from trying to raid and to try and break into the building. The way that they did that was in front of the king and in front of his family. They voted to suspend the monarchy. And they effectively destroyed the seat of the King of France. And so Louis witnessed all of his power and title and authority just dissolve away. Yep. And so now, August 10th, 1792 is now recognized as day one of the start of the First French Republic. This is when France officially, more or less, becomes a republic. Yeah. The French government that exists right now is the... Let's see. I think the one that exists right now is the Third French Republic. Yeah. Not relevant. Just little peek into the future of French history from this point forward, but not anything to worry about in this story. So the Legislative Assembly was disbanded. The guys that had just gotten rid of Louis's crown, they disbanded themselves, and they held new elections based on a new constitution that they got whipped up really quickly, a Republican constitution, and they formed yet another new legislative body that they called the National Convention. The convention was, once again, even more radical than the Legislative Assembly had been. Because now the Jacobins completely controlled. They completely dominated. There was no left or right anymore. It was all left. So, once enough, but of course, as happens every time, they split into left and right. So now it was a split between the radical Jacobins and the moderate Jacobins. So the moderates came to be called the Girondins. And the reason they were called the Girondins because most of the delegates that were in charge of their faction were from the Gironde region in southwest France. They supported Louis's removal from power, but they wanted to keep him around as a figurehead for the country. Not as anybody with any actual power, but kind of as like a symbolic leadership, something to rally the country around. Because even though there were a lot of people who now hated Louis, they still kind of supported the idea of having a king, and so maybe they could work it out where he didn't have any power, but he could still serve as like a symbol of the French nation and kind of serve as a rallying point for politics. And a little bit more importantly, they could also use him as leverage when time came to negotiate with Austria and Prussia for a peace agreement. If he was still around, they could still leverage him in their peace talks. Their new rivals were the left wing of the Jacobins, which were led mainly by that guy I mentioned earlier, Maximilien Robespierre. And it was mainly led by Robespierre and some other representatives from Paris. And they were called the Montagnards, or simply just the Mountain. That's what their faction was called. That was a nickname they received because in the legislative house that they were meeting in now, they organized the seating in like some tiered benches. So like the benches kind of stair stepped up. So the people at the top, the people at the back of the chairs were higher up than the people at the front who were lower down. And all of the radicals were sitting at the top benches at the very highest points. And so they got the nickname the Mountain because they were at the top. It's kind of dumb, but they're the Mountain. The Mountain believed that Louis was a traitor to the nation and deserved a traitor's death. And they believed that if the Girondins tried to keep him from receiving a traitor's death, they were also traitors and also deserved a traitor's death. As all this was unfolding, the war continued to go terribly for France, and the social cohesion of the country was starting to break down with it. In response to... So, the Prussian army successfully captured and occupied the French cities of Longwy and Verdun in eastern France in early September. And in response, at the time that news got back to Paris, there were thousands of French troops that were in the process of moving through Paris on their way to the front. And when they got news of this, all of these troops in Paris started to riot. And during the riot, they beelined for all of the jails and all of the prisons in the city. And they broke open the prisons and the jails, and anybody that they found imprisoned, they brutally murdered in their cells. Because they assumed that anybody that was being held in prison at the time was in prison for betraying the revolution. Yeah. The vast majority of those killed were just petty criminals that were serving a short sentence for, like, petty theft or other small crimes like that. Man, you were going to freak out when I tell you how many people died. So these came to be called the September Massacres. It resulted in the summary execution over the course of 3 days. The summary execution of somewhere between 1,100 and 1,600 people. It's so many people. And then immediately after that, France caught a break. On September 20th, the French army got its first major victory at the Battle of Valmy. Yeah. Yeah, that's a sip, my good sir. So, yeah, on September 20th, the French army won the Battle of Valmy, where, and this is going to become a common trend, the French, at this point, they had the best artillery of anybody, any army in Europe. Second to none. Best artillery, best trained artillery crews, highest quality cannons, fastest deployment. They were that was the backbone of the French army at this point. And the French artillery successfully broke the morale of the Prussian army at Valmy so thoroughly and so completely that that defeat, combined with the fact that they were overextending their supply lines and their troops were running out of supplies, the Prussians just left. The Prussian army was now out of the war. They ran back behind the Rhine River and they just didn't come back. So now it was just France and Austria. And this victory success, it put Austria on the defensive and gave France its first good bit of momentum in the war. And it caused a huge boost in morale across the entire French population. And the National Convention, they got this breathing room. They got a little modicum of stability where they weren't afraid of like the entire social cohesion of the country falling apart. And so they started a few even more radical reforms. But before they got to any of that, they decided to get one big thing out of the way. They began the trial for Louis. At this point, he's being called Citizen Louis Capet, which is his actual family last name is Capet or Capet. Even though it's okay, I won't get too into the weeds to it. He's from the Bourbon family, which is a branch of the larger Capet family. So his official name, now that he's stripped of his title, is just Citizen Louis Capet. And so now they are putting Louis on trial for sedition and conspiring with the enemy. And here's the thing. You'd think this would be like a show trial, right? That's kind of what you'd expect, is that it was already a foregone conclusion that he would be found guilty. It absolutely was not. There was no guarantee that he was going to be found guilty. The reason being that all of these guys in the National Convention were lawyers. And they were huge, incredible fucking nerds. All of them, to a man. And the idea of having a trial and, one, having it not be fair, and two, not having the opportunity to give some really well-reasoned, well-argued defenses or accusations within court, not getting the opportunity for that was completely against the entire fiber of their being. They lived to argue, and they lived to file briefs and do paperwork because they're a bunch of fucking nerds, and oh my god, I fucking hated... I'm getting ahead of myself. I fucking hate all of these assholes. I hate all of them. They are all the worst people I've ever read about. They are Yeah. So imagine the most annoying, pedantic, know-it-all asshole you've ever met. And imagine you put him in charge of a government so that he can go and do a heinous amount of crimes against humanity. That's what the Jacobins were. And I hate these guys. So yeah, this trial lasts for 4 months, and the convention is split on the verdict between the Girondins and the Montagnards. But eventually, the Mountain wins out. The Montagnards win, and he's found guilty, and he is sentenced to death. On January 17th, 1793, Louis was found guilty and sentenced to death for quote-unquote this is directly from his sentencing paperwork: conspiracy against public liberty and general safety. On January 21st, he is taken out to a large square, which by that time, this square had been named the Place de la Révolution. Today, it still exists. It's now the Place de la Concorde in Paris. He's taken out where the revolutionary government has erected a large wooden platform, and on top of the platform is a guillotine. Madame Guillotine. And before a jeering crowd of thousands, again, I need to make sure you know this, there are over 8,000 people packed into this crowd to watch Louis's head come off. Before a jeering crowd, Louis gives his last words. Quote, "I die innocent of all the crimes laid at my charge. I pardon those who have occasioned my death, and I pray to God that the blood you are going to shed may never be visited on France." Unquote. At 10:22 in the morning on January 17th, 1793. I'm sorry, on January 21st, 1793. I mistyped that. Can I start that over for the recording? Okay. At 10:22 in the morning on January 21st, 1793, the blade of the guillotine fell, severing Louis's head from his neck. The executioner grabbed the head by the hair and held it up to the crowd of thousands who cheered as the former king's blood pooled on the wooden scaffold. The king is dead. Long live the revolution. Ooh, hold on. No, I'm not sad about it either. He definitely wasn't the worst king, but he was still a king. His job was intrinsically evil. That's a point that I see made a lot about him by historians. In any other situation, under any other circumstances, he would have been an average, mediocre, not at all well-remembered king. He would have just done his job, kept the status quo going, and then died and faded into history as an obscure minor king. But the fact that he happened to be the king during this period was an absolute disaster for him and an absolute disaster for France. He was... Yeah, pretty much. He never... If he had been at all willing to listen to any of his advisors before all of this began about his finances, if he had been willing to listen and hear out the third estates, and maybe even, maybe some, it's very possible if he'd just done some minor token reforms and worked with the third estate, even just a little bit during the Estates General, probably could have avoided a good chunk of this. It probably wouldn't. I don't think it wouldn't have not happened, but I think a good chunk of the worst part of it probably could have been avoided. Yeah, but that's not who he was. He didn't want to work towards anything. He didn't want to adjust anything. He wanted to keep his throne and keep his head attached to his shoulders and keep things going the way he figured they had been going for, 1,000 years or so at this point. And that wasn't good enough for the times he found himself in. So, Louis, you deeply flawed, deeply miserable human being, I hope wherever... I'm not going to cry for you, but I hope maybe you've learned your lesson somewhere, and you're... So, the reaction of the rest of Europe to Louis's death was, understandably pretty loud. Oh yeah, we got to take a shot for that guillotining. Oh yeah. Yeah, I can't even remember what the French... We weren't pronouncing it right anyways, so... Yeah, bros. Ugh. So... Okay, hold on, let's get this guy done. There we go. Ready for the next one. Also... The beheading of King Louis is... I'm sorry, Louis Capet, the former King Louis XVI, is considered to be more or less the start of what comes to be called the Reign of Terror. It's the starting gun. So, yeah, we're going to be having a few more guillotinings coming up. So... The reaction of the rest of Europe to Louis's death was loud, to say the least. Every crowned head in Europe expressed extreme outrage. The convention, now supremely confident and riding a revolutionary high, decided to follow up their act of political masterpiece in beheading the king by declaring war on basically the entire continent. They declared war on Britain and the Dutch Republic, and soon after Spain, Portugal, the kingdoms of Naples and Tuscany, and Piedmont, Sardinia, basically all of Italy as well, all declared war on France. And finally, we get the first coalition. This is the alliance that's referred to as the First Coalition. That's where the name, the War of the First Coalition, comes from. Now, winning a big battle and cutting off the king's head will help make people happy for a little bit, but France has some problems that can't just be, bred in circuses away. At home, the economic crisis was only getting steadily worse and worse now that they were in a huge, giant fuck-off war. And more protests of their own making, yes. And more protests were erupting over the ever-rising cost of bread. And I want to make it clear to our listeners right now, I support the idea of cutting off kings' heads. And I don't want you to get the impression that I think that any of these crowned heads of Europe and these forces of reaction, I don't think any of them are good. In fact, I sincerely wish that all of them had also gotten their heads cut off. We'd live in a much better world today if they had. However, that does not make this revolutionary government good. These guys who are running France at this point, all bad people. They've got high-minded ideals. Their heart, even a few of them, I bet their hearts are in the right place. They're still absolute awful evil pieces of shit, and I don't support any of them. Just want to get that out of the way real quick, because I realize it might have kind of sounded like I was on the kings, all the royalty and nobility, all their side, and I'm really not. So, yeah, you're getting more and more protests erupting in all of the cities in France over the rising cost of bread. And on top of that, the convention is now coming out of their revolutionary high, and they're realizing, oh shit, we're at war with the entire continent. What the fuck do we do? And so plans started getting thrown around in the convention about, how to approach this war. Pretty big war We got to come up with a plan for it. And so they settled on an idea that really got their radical patriotic hairs up on end. Really got their little patriotic radical half chubs going, if you catch my drift. What they decided on was that they were going to make the entire nation one big army. So, yeah, so every able-bodied man of fighting age would be raised in France, they'd be given a gun, and then they'd be sent out on a great revolutionary crusade to overwhelm the forces of reaction with just raw numbers. The entire economy was going to be redirected to building and providing supplies for the army. Every industrial factory would be making guns and ammunition. Every loom would be making uniforms. Every farm would be giving all of their produce to feed the armies. So, back then, they didn't have a name for this kind of war. Today, we do have a name for this kind of war because we've seen it a few times. It's the way that war worked during the American Civil War. It's the way that war worked during World War I and World War II. It's going to be how the next big major global conflict, how wars are fought then as well. This is a concept that is now referred to as total war. The mobilization of every single facet of a nation's society, its economy, its political system, all of its social systems, down to down to the holidays, down to the language. Every aspect of a nation's society is completely retuned and redirected towards the power and the might of the nation's war machine. Yeah. This is the first time that it had ever been done in human history. And it has mixed results, to say the least. In February, the government began what they called the levée en masse, or literally just in English, mass conscription. They like to keep the fancy sounding French name, even though it has a literal translation in English that's pretty commonly used. But I like using it. Levée en masse. It's pretty nice. It rolls off the tongue. This immediately resulted in some of the worst riots of the entire revolution in Paris, and by extension, the worst riots in all of French history. Because that's what the French Revolution is. It is a long series of the worst riots that the nation has ever seen in its millennium plus history. It also pushed... this is when the rebellion in the Vendée region begins. They had already been protesting pretty hard against the anti-clerical laws, and now the levée en masse is what pushed them over the edge and launched the Vendée into revolt. That's where all of the really, really, really bad shit that the French army ends up doing. That's where the worst of it happens.
That's their real war crimes.
Yeah, that's the war crimes area of France. That's where the soldiers go to practice their war crimes. Hundreds of thousands of new conscripts were now being uniformed and trained in drill and musketry, but they weren't getting out fast enough. While they trained, the French army suffered a catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Neerwinden in the Netherlands, and every major city in France was beginning to rise in revolt. And it really looked like at this point, despite what looked like some good momentum, they were back to the point where they were on the verge of collapse. And so, to try to settle the domestic political crisis, the convention formed a new executive branch that they called the Committee of Public Safety, which back then that's not a name that had ever been used for. That's, kind of a generic sort of like safe, functional sense, sort of a good sounding name. Today, that's one of the most ominous names I have if you ever hear a government naming one of its divisions the Committee of Public Safety, you know that it's operating some black sites and it just kidnaps people off the streets to torture them.
That, or it's like one of the moral committees where it's like, you better act right, like judging people, like, you know how every student council was depicted in like TV shows and shit?
Right, yeah.
They're not necessarily doing shady shit, but they're like over policing.
Yeah, and the reason that sort of names like this kind of have that aura about them and that kind of reputation is because of the Committee of Public Safety and what it is that they are about to do.
What are they about to do, Derek?
So they were an executive council. They would be given the authority to coordinate crackdowns on domestic unrest, and the convention gave them broad discretionary powers to carry out their mission. And so this is the point where guillotines start getting erected in every city square across the country. That is the job of the Committee of Public Safety, as they start putting up the guillotines. And very soon, they saw a steady stream of quote-unquote counter-revolutionaries losing their heads. And this is, like I said before, this is what's now called the Reign of Terror. And this is when it first really picks up across the country. And, yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. Over the course of the Reign of Terror, they will kill a grand total of 40,000 people.
God damn.
Across the entire country, which, compared to some other crimes that end up being committed, like in the 18th and 19th and 20th centuries, seems kind of low. But that's because what is happening here is kind of the blueprint for like future mass repression of political dissidents on a national scale. This is kind of where that sort of concept gets its start. And so, if I remember correctly, it kind of, I think on average, your average city guillotine would, depending on the size of the city, would see between like 3 and 10 people get their heads cut off every day.
Every day?
Every day, yes.
Holy fuck, Derek!
Yeah, multiply that by the number of like mid to large size cities in France over the course of, I think this is going to last a year and a half. Yeah, it's really bad. It's incredibly bad.
That's insane.
I'm gonna start taking some more drinks.
I believe that's at least a shot.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, why not? Let's do a shot. Prost.
Cheers.
Yeah, this is the guillotine portion of the French Revolution has just begun. And this was, even though it's so heavily, the Reign of Terror is so heavily associated with the Mountain and with Robespierre specifically. That's kind of what he's famous for now that people know him as. Yeah, that's the guy who did the Reign of Terror. He wasn't in control at this point. He was part of the minority faction within the National Convention at this point. It was the Girondins that were leading this, who were kind of misattributed by some historians as like a more moderate faction, even though they're the guys who really picked up the Reign of Terror. They're the guys who got this shit started. They were only really moderate compared to Robespierre and the Mountain. They were by no means like a moderate political force. The Girondins, who are leading this push they're kicking off the Reign of Terror, they're forming the Committee of Public Safety. They made some fatal political miscalculations in their sort of trying to politically outmaneuver the Mountain. In their attempts to curb the growing popularity of the Mountain, they began targeting several prominent Montagnards for arrest and trial at revolutionary tribunals, usually just based on rumors. But the problem was the people in Paris, the crowds in Paris, were more radical than anything the revolutionary French government could ever do at this point. And so they're always going to go with the most radical faction.
Sounds like about right with the story.
Yeah, for the time being, at least. And so, whenever the Girondins started to target some of these guys, that isolated them from the radical populace of Paris, including the National Guard. And so, in response, there was an attempted coup on May 31st, 1793. That failed. And then a couple days later, while they're kind of on edge, a mob of these fucking numbers, dude. A mob of 80,000 people surrounded the building, the meeting hall of the convention, the Salle de Ménage, and the Girondins were, and basically the crowd came and basically said, give up the Girondins, hand over the Girondins. And so either the Girondins would hand themselves over to the crowd, or the crowd would come in and take them by force, and they'd all be lynched. And so 35 leaders of the Girondins were arrested, and the Mountain quickly swept in and took over control of the Committee of Public Safety. Over the next couple months, they would institute a few new rules and policies within the National Convention that would essentially give the Committee of Public Safety dictatorial power over the entire government. And when they first came to power, when the Mountain first came to power, they initially tried to write a new constitution for a country, which would have been the most radical constitution so far. But they never got a chance to implement it because, the riots were still going. Shit was still going wrong. And so they decided to put the government into a state of national emergency and essentially said, we're suspending the Constitution completely until the war is over and the country is restabilized.
So they're just little bitches, is what you said.
No, this was really smart. This was actually a really smart thing to do.
How so?
Because it ensured that, it didn't ensure, but it helped keep the government from becoming too decisive. Because if all of the decision making was going to be made by this one small committee, then the chances of it would just make government more efficient.
Okay.
It would mean that there would be less splits, because even if there was a political split within the National Convention, they had less power than the Committee of Public Safety. And the Committee of Public Safety, at least for the time being, was ideologically unified. And it also just made putting down revolts and organizing the war effort more efficient, because instead of having to put every decision that the government made and passed down to the army under review and put to a vote, it could just be signed off on in one session and sent off immediately. It made the entire process much more efficient for the time being. So the committee, which was now being led by Maximilien Robespierre, this is when he comes to power, they immediately have three main goals. One, create an official state ideology for the nation of France to rally around. Two, implement economic regulations in order to stabilize the economy. And three, win the war. And as they planned for all of these, to address all of these issues, more and more people are being dragged to the guillotine. Price controls that they begin to implement price controls in order to lessen the burden on the population. But these price controls backfired, and they ended up causing food shortages in a lot of the cities of France. Because with price controls in place, essentially they told, those middlemen that I told you about that would buy food from the peasants and then sell food at a markup in the cities?
Yeah. Yeah,
so basically they instituted price controls, which told these guys, you are only allowed to sell your bread at price, at cost. You're not allowed to make a profit. And so when that happened, they just stopped working. Because if they weren't able to make a profit, then there was no point in doing the job. And so people stopped buying food from the countryside and selling it into the cities. And so all of the cities had food shortages. And so all of the cities had food shortages.
They should have done a percent restriction, not a full restriction.
Yeah, probably. So yeah, so they're having a lot of problems, but things were starting to look up on the war front. At least it was kind of starting to swing back in France's favor. So in the country, there had been some uprisings in a few major cities, especially in Lyon, Marseille, and Bordeaux. All of those were crushed, and the Levée en Masse, despite its slow start, was starting to bear fruit. The French armies were now regularly outnumbering the coalition forces at incredible rates. In some battles, like 2-1 or 3-1. Like, this is something that I see pointed out a lot by historians that it always blows me away. During the 7 Years' War in the 1750s, 1760s, a big battle was like 28 to 30,000 soldiers in each army. There are battles that France is fighting in this war that are where they are regularly able to field armies that are 100,000 strong. This whole total war thing, this Levée en Masse, is completely changing the face of war. And this is something we're going to see as we get more into Napoleon's wars, is an army of 40,000 in 1770 was an enormous army. In 1800, it is going to be barely big enough to hold a line. It's just that warfare is at this time people are seeing the nature of warfare just completely change in front of their eyes. It's incredible. But yeah, so the Levée en Masse is starting to bear fruit, and the French armies are starting to beat back the coalition forces. They won the battles of Honshoot and Wattignies, Wattignies. That okay. God, I forgot that was French. I was thinking that was Dutch for some reason. I'm losing my mind. No, that's French. That is Wattignies. And so the French army's, getting really big now, but they're still short on officers. They didn't have enough officers to begin with. Now they need more officers than ever. So let's go back to the southern coast of France, just east of the city of Marseille, which has just been recaptured from a royalist uprising by the French army. Another royalist revolt has taken over the city of Toulon, which, if you will recall, is where Napoleon and his family settled down after being exiled from Corsica. They have now been driven out of Toulon by this royalist uprising. It is now 1793, and a French army is now on its way back to Toulon to take the city back. The problem with this army was they had a lot of artillery with them, but they did not have a good commander who could command that artillery. As it so happens, there is somebody else who was forced out of Toulon when this royalist uprising happened, a guy named Augustin Robespierre, who happens to be the younger brother of the new leader of the Committee of Public Safety. And Augustin here has recently become good friends with an eager young Jacobin artillery officer who had just been exiled from Corsica. And so Augustin put in a good word, and Napoleon Bonaparte was now appointed the senior gunner and the artillery commander of this army.
Wow.
Keep in mind, when he got to Toulon, when he was exiled from Corsica, he was a captain. He is now a full-bird colonel, which is one step below a general.
Damn.
Yeah, so remember what I mentioned, he's bouncing back from what should have been a career-ending setback.
That's a shot.
That is a shot, sir.
This is finally him bouncing back?
Yes, this is him bouncing back.
Oh, I think we took a shot for the guillotine. What was supposed to be 3 sips.
You know what? I'm not gonna argue with it. Let's just wing it.
Oh well.
Prost.
Cheers.
And so Napoleon and his new army He's not in command of the army. He's just in command of the artillery. But they go and they besiege the city of Toulon. The siege of Toulon is where Napoleon first starts to gain national prominence. This is where he first sort of enters the scene as sort of a character of note in the history of the French Revolution. During the assault on the city, so it's like a 4-month siege. During the assault on the city, he's able to successfully maneuver his cannons onto a hillside with a perfect view over the entire city. And during the fighting, he stood up under blistering musket fire directed at his and his cannon crew's positions. And he was personally directing the cannon crews and helping them aim their shots. His command of the cannon crews was so well commanded that the cannons single-handedly were able to force the shattering of. There were some British troops in the city that had come to reinforce the Royalist uprising, because it was right on the coast, so the Royal Navy just came and dropped them off. And they were in the city. These cannons just completely destroyed the British troops. They were so broken by the cannon fire that they hopped back on their ships and floated away, leaving the Royalist French uprising in Toulon to its fate. And so the infantry during the assault was able to break through the Royalist forces and recapture and occupy the city. And in the process of this battle, Napoleon took a musket ball to the thigh.
Oof.
And those. Have you ever seen one of those musket balls?
No, I have not.
They are 75 caliber typically, which is a big fucking round. Like, if you get if you get hit with a musket ball during this time, you have a fairly decent sized entrance wound, and an exit wound that will be about 5 times larger than the entry wound.
Damn.
These are huge rounds. Like, granted, they're going at subsonic speed. I'm gonna get into some gun shit real quick, but these musket balls are going at subsonic speed, so they're not carrying quite as much force, but they just have so much mass that they hit like a truck. Like, have you've seen like the Barrett 50 caliber sniper rifle?
Yeah.
One of those big giant things. That's only
the big fuck off gun.
Yeah, that is only a 50 caliber round. And those things are designed to shoot through engine blocks and disable vehicles. These muskets that were being used at the time used either 70, 72, or 75 caliber musket balls. These were enormous shots. I wanted to geek out about that for a second because I fucking love muskets. Anyways, his command during the siege of Toulon made him. He was kind of starting to become. He wasn't starting to become famous like throughout France, but he was definitely becoming famous in the army, and it caught the attention of the Committee of Public Safety. At the time, all their attention, as well as all of their resources, were being directed towards the armies that were currently fighting in Germany and the Netherlands, which they saw as the more important front of the war. But there was another front that they were also kind of holding the line on, which was Italy, their border with Italy. And so as a result, the army of Italy was being severely neglected. That army was short of every supply that you can think of. They didn't have enough guns or ammunition. There were a lot of soldiers in that army that just didn't have weapons. Their uniforms were falling apart. They were surviving on extremely short rations. And in large part, they were acting as more of a garrison army than an actual fighting force, since they really couldn't launch any sort of offensive. They just didn't have the material capability to do it. And so the Committee of Public Safety figured, hey, this Corsican guy seems to have a good head on his shoulders. maybe he could be helpful in Italy. And so on December 22nd, 1793, Napoleon was posted to the city of Nice, and he was promoted to the rank of brigadier general and given command of the artillery in the army of Italy. He was 24 years old. Once again, he was started to quickly make a name for himself again. One of the first things he did was he immediately surveyed the situation of the army and the situation of the kingdom that was on the border with France in northwest Italy, the kingdom of Sardinia Piedmont. His commander, the general of the commander of the army of Italy, was this guy named Pierre de Merbion, and he took a look at Napoleon's plan. He was like, "Yeah, seems like a good plan. I think we could get this done." And so they end up going on the offensive on Napoleon's plan in April of 1794. They pretty much knock the army of Sardinia Piedmont out of the war, out of commission permanently at the Battle of Sargio, and that ended up putting all of the coalition forces in northwest Italy on the defensive. They couldn't do much more than that because they just didn't have the supplies to do anything with it, but they did knock Sardinia Piedmont's army out of the war. So now the only thing defending their kingdom was Austrian troops. So, meanwhile, back in Paris, the Reign of Terror is dragging on. And now it was beginning to devour its own. So, the overthrown Girondins were guillotined on October 1793. Let's go ahead and do some sips for that.
Ship.
So that was early October 1793. Late October 1793. They finally got around to guillotining Marie Antoinette. And, yeah, that's 3 more sips.
So that's 3 more sips. Damn. It's like you wanted 4 sips in a row.
Yeah. Hey, what can I say? We are drunk bastards, yes. So, at this point, you could probably already figure out. Rumors were starting to fly around the government that one person or another in the National Convention was actually a secret royalist. But yeah, so these rumors are starting to fly around the National Convention that one person in government or another is some sort of secret royalist or is collaborating with the enemy. And at this point, they're not, there's some investigations and stuff, but at this point, if you're in the government, you're moderately safe. A few end up getting guillotined, but by and large, if you're in the government, like you're probably not going to die. But out in the country, out in wider France, it was practically a witch hunt. It was a nightmare.
That sounds about spot on.
So there's this weird thing that was going on too. So on the front lines in the armies, the committee had done this thing where they assigned each general commanding an army this guy who's called... Basically, they take somebody from the National Convention and send them out to join these generals. And these guys were called a representative on mission. That was their official name. I'm sure it sounds better in French, but I don't know it. And the representative on mission was given veto power over any commands that was given by the general and was meant to ensure the general's loyalty. Think of them like, the commissars that the Red Army had, the Soviet Union's Red Army had, like during World War II. The like political officers that would kind of keep the men in line, during battles. Yeah, it was kind of like that, except instead of like doing it to enlisted men, they were doing it to the generals directly.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
More often than not, what would end up happening is that a general would try to give an order that would be interpreted as cowardice. So something like a strategic retreat, which would make perfect sense in context, and is done all the time by by armies that, like to win. But the representative on mission, who would not have any experience in military matters, would interpret it as cowardice. And so the representative would accuse the general of cowardice and threaten to have them arrested and guillotined. And so the general would end up going against his better judgment and would order the attack, even though he knew it was a bad idea. In the process, the French army would suffer a crushing defeat, thousands of men would die, and then the representative on mission, whose idea it was to attack in the first place, would have the general arrested, because the only way that a true patriotic officer of the revolutionary army of the French Republic could ever lose a battle was if he was secretly a royalist and collaborating with the enemy. That's the only reasonable, logical explanation.
Of course.
Tim, explain to me, what else could it be?
I don't fucking know. I'm not a historian.
So this resulted in an extremely high turnover rate for army commanders, who would end up being either guillotined or losing a battle, or just defect in order to save themselves from revolutionary justice. That happened a lot. There were several major commanders of entire French armies that just defected to the coalition armies because they knew they were about to get guillotined. Once again, a split formed in the government. We're getting another government split. They're dividing into left versus right.
Yay!
So now the right wing of the government, of the National Convention, the quote-unquote moderate faction, is under Robespierre. He's now the moderate in government. And there was a radical faction forming against Robespierre under this guy named Jacques Hébert. And this split, now, don't get me wrong, they agreed on 99% of things, but it's the 1% of things they didn't agree on that caused all the problems. The split was mainly over the persecution of the church. Which is... It sounds weird to you right now, doesn't it?
Yep.
What could they be split on? It's only going to get more confusing once I explain it to you. Now, the split wasn't over whether or not they should persecute the church. They both agreed the church needed some persecutions. They had to kill themselves some priests. The split came in that Robespierre was a deist. And we talked about deism when we talked about Ethan Allen, because Ethan Allen was also a deist. Robespierre believed that churches should be allowed to operate. They should just operate with a heavy amount of oversight in order to prevent any royalist sympathies from slipping into the sermons. Jacques Hébert, on the other hand, was a staunch atheist. And he wanted to completely rip the church out of French society, root and stem.
Of course.
Yeah. Robespierre didn't want this split, even though he recognized the split was there, and he didn't want the Hébertists to win. He didn't want it to destabilize the government, and so he tried to compromise with them. And during the Reign of Terror, compromise meant that Robespierre took his Minister of Justice, this guy named Georges Danton, who also happened to be Robespierre's closest friend in the world. They had been friends for most of their lives. They were closer than anybody else had ever been. Robespierre had him arrested and guillotined.
Of course he did.
Yeah. Here's the fucked up thing. He did this to his best friend in an attempt to appease his political opponents, but it didn't work.
Of course not.
It had the opposite effect. The Hébertists all thought that they were all pissed off because Robespierre had just killed one of the most beloved and well-respected revolutionaries in the entire government. A guy who was famous and beloved to all of the revolutionary people of France. And then
Robespierre also alienated all the people in his own camp because Danton was on their side. Like, what the fuck was he doing? And so all of Robespierre's friends and all of his opponents became united in their hatred of Robespierre, because now all of them realized that nobody in the government was safe from being guillotined. If Robespierre willed it, then they were going to die. It didn't matter if they were in the government. It didn't matter if they had bona fide revolutionary credentials. If Robespierre decided he didn't want you in the picture anymore, he would get rid of you. And so, during a meeting of the Committee of Public Safety on June 29th, 1794, 3 members of the committee decided to confront Robespierre and, raise their concerns about this whole guillotining people in the government sort of thing. And they used some very unkind words. They accused him of trying to make himself a dictator.
Of course, they did.
And here's the crazy shit. Robespierre didn't think of himself as a dictator.
They never do.
He genuinely thought he was fighting for democracy. And here's something we need to talk about Robespierre for a second, because at this point, you need to understand what kind of life he was living at this point. So, his mental health was on really shaky ground right now.
Understandably so.
So, yeah, all of the paranoia that was just getting thrown around in the government. On top of that, being surrounded by death every day, like you walk in as he walks from his apartment to the palaces to run his government. He is witnessing these guillotinings go on in the public square. He's seeing people's heads getting taken off. He's surrounded by death every day. Combine that with the fact that there are constantly bread riots going on in Paris all the time. He is constantly scared for his life that a mob is going to break down his door and lynch him one of these days. All of this was weighing down on his mind, and it was all too much for him. And this confrontation with the meeting of the Committee of Public Safety was the final straw that finally broke his brain. His brain is finally just falling apart. We're not exactly sure what he was doing. But for the next month, he just hides away in his house. It's believed that he had some sort of nervous breakdown, possibly like some psychosis. We're not really sure.
I can't say I blame him for having a mental breakdown.
Yeah, that seems like a perfectly reasonable thing to happen to a human brain in those conditions that they were in. Not that I'm showing sympathy for Robespierre. Fuck Robespierre. But not a big fan of psychosis either. I don't wish that on people. But yeah, he just locks himself away in his house for a month. He refuses to talk to anybody or leave or do anything. He gets his food delivered to his door and he just hangs out in the dark. And this month gives people within the Committee of Public Safety an opportunity to start organizing a little bit. And they start hatching a plot to overthrow Robespierre. When Robespierre finally did come back into the real world, he gives a speech to the National Convention on July 26th, where he claims that there are seditious elements within the government itself, and that he has personally discovered a plot to overthrow the Republic. But he reassures them, and he says that he has the situation well being taken care of, and all of the conspirators would soon be arrested and imprisoned and eventually guillotined. His opponents, the people who were plotting, realize that there's a very good chance that their lives are now in serious immediate danger. And so the next day after that, July 27th, as the meeting opens, a series of speakers rise in the National Convention and begin giving speeches denouncing Robespierre as a tyrant, denouncing his policies, denouncing his authoritarianism, denouncing every aspect of his rule. and demanding that he step down from his position as the director of the Committee of Public Safety. And it's just speaker after speaker after speaker for hours. And every time he tries to rise to confront any accusation or anything, he's immediately like yelled over, and they tell him to sit down. And eventually Robespierre realizes what is happening. He realizes, oh shit, I'm in trouble. And so he runs for his life. And he's joined by a few of his closest allies. And the entire building is in a frenzy now. The entire National Convention, they're in a frenzy. They are done with Robespierre's shit. And they are ready to get rid of him. So Robespierre and his allies, they flee from the building. And they took refuge in another building called the Hôtel de Ville, which is where the municipal government of Paris was located. That's where they met. And they were joined by a detachment of National Guard that were still loyal to Robespierre. And they're out there guarding the building. And as he and his allies fled from the convention, when they saw Robespierre run off, somebody in the convention calls for a vote of no confidence for the convention to issue an arrest warrant for Robespierre. And it immediately, within 10 seconds, it's almost unanimously passed. And so they immediately sent out orders for the National Guard to go and arrest it.
Of course.
And so the main portion of the National Guard arrive at the Hôtel de Ville, looking for Robespierre. A firefight breaks out between these two units of the National Guard. The Robespierre's guard are overwhelmed, and they're all either killed or arrested. And the regular units of the National Guard rush into the building, and they start hunting room to room for Robespierre. And they finally found him in an office space on I think it was the fourth floor. I think it was a 6th floor building. They found him on the 4th floor in an office. And when they find him, he is severely wounded. He is bleeding out on the floor. Apparently, what had happened was that he had attempted to commit suicide. He had pulled out a pistol, and he had pointed it at his own head, and he had tried to pull the trigger, but he was so shaky from the nerves that as he pulled the trigger, it pulled the pistol down lower. And so when the pistol fired, it entered into one of his cheeks and then exited out the other cheek. The ball shot from the pistol as it had gone through his cheek, it had blown out all of his molars, top and bottom.
Ooh.
It had pretty much turned his lower jaw into dust. It had completely destroyed his lower jaw.
God.
And it had severed his tongue before it finally passed out the other end.
Oh, good God.
This is considered one of like a great historical irony, like almost poetic justice, because he had risen to power on his ability as an orator. He had been a public speaker, and that's how he got so popular that he was able to take power. And now he's not able to speak anymore. His jaw is...
Honestly, that just sounds torture with all the extra shit. They cut his tongue out, that's irony.
Yeah, but they didn't cut his tongue out. He did it to himself, yeah.
I know, I said cutting the tongue out would have been irony. He shot himself.
He was severely injured and he was bleeding out on the floor, but he was still alive. And so the National Guard pulled him off the floor and arrested him, and he was taken to a cell, and his wounds were bandaged. He and his colleagues were given a very brief trial, and 20 men. So this was the 27th. On the 29th, the 28th. 2 days later, on the 28th, Robespierre and 19 of his colleagues were dragged out to the Place de la Révolution, which is the same site where Louis, and by this point, a few thousand other people had lost their heads to Madame Guillotine. Robespierre was unable to give any final words, of course, because of his wounds, And so this great orator of the revolution, the last thing that any human being ever heard come out of his mouth were his screams of pain when the executioner ripped the bandage off of his face. Literally just ripped it off like a band-aid. And it's, according to eyewitness reports, he continued to scream and moan in pain as he was placed down onto the bench. And he was still screaming in pain when the blade fell and removed his head from his body. It was about 6:20 in the evening of July 28th, 1794. Robespierre is dead, and now we enter the second half of the French Revolution.
Sips.
Yep. So, there's something I need to explain real quick. I actually forgot to put it into the script, but so back in 1792, right after Louis had been overthrown, the National Convention had introduced they, as part of their anti-clerical laws, they wanted to, their policies of de-Christianizing France, they wanted to de-Christianize the calendar as well. And so they came up with a new calendar.
Of course they did.
Yeah. It's referred to as the French Republican calendar or the French Revolutionary calendar. It began year one of the calendar is 1792, the year that the Republic begins. And it is divided into, it's still 365 days in a year, naturally. But it is 12, and it's still 12 months, but each month has an equal amount of days. Each month is 30 days. And each month it's divided into 3 weeks. So each week has 10 days.
What in the shit?
Yeah. And each month, instead of having like the old names, each month is named after something representing like the like whatever is going on in that time of year. So like if it's spring, it's in reference, I think it's in reference to flowers or something. It's all in like sort of Frankified, like pseudo Latin names. So it's all nonsense words, but it vaguely makes sense if you understand Latin. And then so that's 12 months, 30 days apiece. It's 360 days, and then there are 5 days at the end of the year, or 6 days during leap years, which are set aside as like national holidays, and it's all celebrated at the end of the year. It's five or 6 days that represent different aspects of the French people. So like labor, industry, revolutionary fervor, patriotism, shit like that. Each day represents a different thing. And so this event, the coup that the reason I'm bringing this up is because from this point forward, we're going to get a lot of weirdly named events, because they're named after time period, or like the different times within the French Revolutionary calendar.
Okay.
And this event, the overthrow of Robespierre, is referred to as the Thermidorian reaction, because it occurred in the month of the revolutionary calendar, Thermidor. That's the name of one of the months in the calendar. Specifically, it was the 9th of Thermidor, year 2 of the revolution. And the Thermidorian reaction marks the end of the most radical portion of the French Revolution. So from this point forward, it's a lot of backsliding in the opposite direction.
So course correcting?
It is way too... I want to say yes, because it's in a broad sense, it's that it is course correcting, but once you get into the details, it's too fucking weird to say for sure.
Okay.
Over the following months after Robespierre's guillotining, there was what came to be called the White Terror across France. And the White Terror is basically all of these anti-revolutionary... They're a bunch of, like, monarchists, like anti-revolutionary paramilitary street gangs that began, like, rising up in the streets of different cities across France, that would just go out and they'd hunt prominent local Jacobins. So they'd harass them in their homes, they'd attack them in the streets, they'd lynch them. A lot of Jacobins died during this period. And the reason that was happening was because the Jacobins were becoming... The Jacobins became marginalized by the government itself, even though everybody involved in the Thermidorian reaction were Jacobins. Anybody that was left after Robespierre and his allies were killed were now, like, they weren't really Jacobins anymore. They were now cracking down on Jacobins. They were now the government.
Lovely.
Yeah. And the first thing they started to do is they devolved the power of the Committee of Public Safety. They devolved it back into the National Convention. And they rolled back a bunch of the more radical reforms that the Jacobins had introduced, including slightly loosening up on anti-clerical laws. And so it wasn't it got to the point where it wasn't an automatic death sentence to be a priest who didn't like the government in public. And here's the weird thing. A lot of people refer to the Thermidorian reaction and the execution of Robespierre. Like, they like to bookmark the Reign of Terror. It started with the beheading of Louis, and the Reign of Terror ended with the beheading of Robespierre. That's how people like to frame it. But the immediate aftermath of Robespierre's overthrow is when you see the largest mass executions of the entire Reign of Terror, and it's under the Thermidorian government. Like during the Reign of Terror, you saw like a year and a half of like 8 or 10 people on average per day, per city being executed. During the few months that followed the Thermidorian reaction, you got sometimes 30, 40, 50 people a day having their heads cut off.
What?
Yeah, because they were just hunting down anybody that was publicly supportive of the Jacobins and just wiping them out as fast as they could.
Jesus Christ.
Now, granted, this process did not last nearly as long as the Reign of Terror. But in terms of just like the sheer number of people that were dying all at once, almost overshadowed the Reign of Terror. It was incredible how many people died during this period. And again, it was mainly based on just like rumors. Like a neighbor, just a random person would accuse their neighbor of doing like something that looked vaguely suspicious, and they'd be dragged out, given like a show trial at a revolutionary tribunal, and then taken out to the guillotine the next day. This was supposed to be the reaction to that, and they just made it worse for a little while. Granted, it did die down after a few months. They stopped doing it. So it did ultimately end under the Thermidorian government, but holy shit.
That's insane.
Yeah. It was the largest series of mass executions in all of French history until World War II. So let's hop back in with let's check back in with see what our old boy Napoleon is up to real quick. The Thermidorian reaction was almost really bad for Napoleon, considering the fact that he had a very close personal friendship with Augustin Robespierre, who is the guy who got him into power. Of course, Augustin being Maximilian's younger brother. And fun fact, when Robespierre was guillotined, he was second in line in that group of people that were guillotined that day. Two spots behind him, for the fourth guillotine that day, was his younger brother Augustin. Right behind him.
This whole story is crazy.
Okay, yeah, that's where we were. So, yeah, the Thermidorian reaction was almost really, really bad for Napoleon because of his friendship with Augustin Robespierre. And he was actually placed under house arrest by the government for a couple weeks, pending a potential trial. But like I've mentioned before, there's a war going on, and the French army is, as always, chronically short of good officers, especially officers with a record like Napoleon's. Like, in his brief time, he's really started to make a name for himself, and so they released him so that he could continue his command. But they did not really trust Napoleon. I mean, as well as they knew him, they didn't really they kind of questioned his loyalties. Because he had been a staunch supporter of the Jacobins and later the Montagnards. And for another thing, Napoleon was proving to be a really, really good commander, and really, really good at kind of manipulating the press. So, in that last offensive that they had that he and the army of Italy had kind of made into Italy, he had been able to get in contact with several newspapers back in France, and had given them a story that made him look really good. And so a lot of people in France were starting to kind of hear about him and his exploits and his heroism both in Italy and at the siege of Toulon. And they were kind of starting. There's a small, growing group of people in France that were kind of looking at Napoleon like he's really a symbol of all of the best parts of the revolution. He was strong, he was brave, he was steady under fire, ceaselessly committed to the revolution, and really, really good at winning. And so he seemed like a good. He started to become something of a symbol amongst again, not super famous, but just starting to become famous.
Okay.
He's started to become like a little bit of a symbol of like revolutionary fervor and patriotism and things like that, which is, again, really ironic. He's not even French. And so that was of course making the new government kind of nervous. So they tried to transfer him out of Italy, and they wanted to send him out west to the Vendée region, where there was that uprising going on. It had kind of devolved into like a guerrilla war, and so the French army was kind of conducting a counterinsurgency there. And so his position now in the hierarchy of the French army, a standing invading army was higher up in the chain of command than a garrison army that put down revolts. And so a transfer from the army of Italy into the army that was suppressing the Vendée would have been a demotion. It would have been kind of bad for his career, not super great. And he knew that. He didn't want to get stuck dealing with some revolt in West France. That's not his shit.
Fair.
That's not where he belongs. And so basically what he did was he tried to tell the government that so I'm kind of sick right now, and I can't really go out to the Vendée, so I'm going to need to take leave for a little while. And they responded back, and they told him, no, you're going to the Vendée. And then he just didn't respond back. He did respond back. He said basically, no, I'm not going to the Vendée. I'm not leaving. And so he just stuck around. He moved into Paris, and he just kind of stuck around for a while. He wasn't really doing anything. He was still technically in the army. He was still receiving a paycheck for being a brigadier general in the French army. He didn't have an assignment. Well, he did have an assignment. He just refused to go do it. And so he was kind of in this weird limbo. And it was while he was living in Paris that he met a woman. And this woman's name is Desiree Clary. And she happened to be his sister-in-law. She was the sister of his brother Joseph Bonaparte's wife. And they end up hitting it off, and they start dating for a little bit while he's there in Paris. And eventually, after a few months, he proposes, and she accepts, and they end up getting engaged.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. Now, there's something I do want to tell you about this relationship, though. And I wanted to let you know this, mainly because I really want to fuck with you, and also because I just want you to make sure not to get too attached to Desiree Clary. Desiree and Napoleon are never going to be married. They're engaged They're engaged now, but they're never going to marry.
Damn.
And in about a decade, or a little over a decade, Desiree is going to be the Queen of Sweden.
The fuck?
We'll get to that when we get to that. I knew you'd have that reaction. Yeah, so look out for her in the next episode. She does eventually become the Queen of Sweden, and she kind of gets a chance to stick it to Napoleon for what he's about to do to her. So while he's in Paris, he refuses to go to the Vendée, and so the Thermidorian government, they're kind of like, okay, fucking fine, don't go to the Vendée then. Tell you what, you aren't going to even get a command. You know what you're going to do? You're going to come and work for the Bureau of Topography for the Committee of Public Safety. Do you know what topography is?
Yes, but I can't describe it right offhand.
Okay, basically what Napoleon would be doing is he would be making maps for the government.
I just remembered, isn't it like basically like topography is like it's like mapping, but like it's also taking into account like heights and shit, like hills and like depressions and valleys.
Yeah, it's mapping physical geography basically, but he'd essentially just be making and organizing maps for the government. That's what he would be doing. He wouldn't have command over any soldiers. He wouldn't have command over an army. And the government thought that this would be a safe place to keep him, since he would still be in Paris, so they could keep an eye on him. And he wouldn't be in command of an army, so he wouldn't try any funny business against the government, in case he decided he was aggrieved for some reason. And besides that,
I wonder why he would be aggrieved.
I couldn't imagine why. Besides that, he was genuinely very good at math, both math and geography, because being an artillery officer. And so he would actually be very good at this job. But once again, he refused this posting, and so they decided that, well, if you're not going to show up to any of your appointments, then we'll just declare you AWOL and we'll take you off the rolls of active officers. And so that's exactly what happened. September 15th, 1795, he was taken off the rolls of active officers. So he stopped receiving his paycheck, and he suddenly found himself in poverty. And so now his luck's finally run out. He'd had a few good bounce backs so far, but, what's there to do now? He's hit a dead end. He's hit a brick wall. There's nothing left for him to do to tuck his tail and slink back. Maybe he can beg for his job back and get stuck making maps for the government. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he becomes a poor pauper on the streets of Paris.
That's not what happened, though.
I tell you what, Tim, history is a funny...
bitch?
It's a bitch. It's just, it's a funny, really funny thing. Sometimes shit just happens that nobody plans for, that ends up changing everything because it happens to put the right people in the right place at the exact right time.
Despite all the odds.
Despite all the odds. I'm not going to lie, this story genuinely pisses me off because of, what I'm about to describe to you, if this didn't happen, Napoleon would not be a historical figure. He never would have made it to where he made it. This is where he's made. This is where Napoleon begins. October 3rd, 1795. A mob of royalists in Paris rise in revolt against the Republican government. The convention is completely caught off guard, and the National Guard in the city are unable to suppress the initial riots and the attacks, and they are overwhelmed. The situation very quickly looks dire, and it seems like soon the mob is going to be marching on the Tuileries Palace where the convention was meeting, and it was going to snuff the revolution out. This really looked like the end. One of the leaders of the Thermidorian reaction, the coup that overthrew Maximilian Robespierre, was this guy named Paul Barras. And Barras remembered reading a field report about this guy Napoleon Bonaparte and his skill with artillery at the siege of Toulon, and he knew that Bonaparte was somewhere in the city. And he knew that if the convention was going to survive, what they were going to need was artillery. And so he sent out dispatches all across the city looking for Napoleon. They found him. Barras offered him command of the city garrison, and with the directive to put down the royalist revolt. And he accepted. And so on October 5th, which was also the 13th Vendémiaire of year 4 on the Republican calendar, Napoleon Bonaparte had now had several battalions of infantry set up around the Tuileries Palace in order to support 40 cannons that he had arranged with overlapping fields of fire. And as the royalist revolt charged through the square in front of the palace, they were cut down by the dozens by musket fire and overwhelming rain of grape shot from the cannons. Despite his forces being outnumbered 6-1, and despite Napoleon himself having his horse shot out from under him, the French Republican forces were able to push back the attack after 2 hours of fighting. During the fighting, 300 royalists ended up dead. But in the chaotic retreat away from the square, they were chased down by cavalry and mounted police. And during the retreat, that cavalry cut down another 1,000 of them.
Jesus Christ.
1,300 royalists lay dead on the streets of Paris. And years after this event, around the 1830s, the 1840s, a Scottish historian by the name of Thomas Carlyle would say that Napoleon Bonaparte had both saved the Republic and ended the French Revolution with quote-unquote a whiff of grape shot.
Damn.
And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, one day, he is no longer recognized as an officer in the French army. He is poor, he has no paycheck, he has no prospects, he has nothing to his name. 2 days later, he is the most famous and important man in all of France. If he was marginally popular in France before this, he was now the most celebrated man in the entire country. He was now famous, he was getting rich because now he was getting not just a paycheck, not just a regular brigadier general's paycheck, a sizable little reward from the National Convention for saving all of their lives. And more importantly to Napoleon personally, he was now very influential in government. In the immediate aftermath of 13 Vendémiaire, he was promoted to Commander of the Interior, which essentially gave him overall command over all French forces that were stationed within France, and then he was also given overall command over the army of Italy. He is now one of the most powerful men in the entire country.
Dang.
I think that is one of our shots according to the rules, isn't it?
Yeah, he made a bounce back.
Yep, Prost.
Cheers.
So after this failed revolt that Napoleon put down, the National Convention decided to once again reform the government. So they disbanded and they held new elections. And the new convention, the newly elected convention, was quite a bit more conservative than the prior convention that had brought the Girondins and the Mountain to power had been. And this new convention decided that the best chance that they would have for protecting the revolution from this point forward was this new government, this new constitution, would introduce a new executive office, which would be basically they'd elect the convention. All of the delegates would be elected to the convention, and then amongst the members of the convention, they would have a random lottery of all of the members, and 5 names would be drawn out of the hat, out of all of the delegates. And the 5 people whose names were drawn would become the 5 members of what was called the Directory. And the Directory would essentially be a 5 basically like what the president is in the United States, except it's 5 guys.
Damn.
And here's the thing: even though the directory was still revolutionary Republicans, they were much less radical than the government that had come before. You're seeing this backslide in the opposite direction.
Again.
So, back to Napoleon. Before he got reassigned to the Army of Italy, this time being given overall command. But before he left, while he was still in Paris, he became romantically involved with this woman that he had met there.
Another woman, huh?
Yeah, another woman. Keep in mind, he's
engaged.
He's still engaged to Desiree. But he gets involved with this woman named Josephine de Beauharnais, who, unbeknownst to Napoleon, was one of the most, let's say, popular women in high society in Paris.
Fun.
Yeah. She'd gotten around quite a bit. She had been a mistress to several prominent politicians and military commanders over the past few years, including that guy that I'd mentioned earlier, Paul Barras. She had been his mistress when she met Napoleon. Now, Napoleon was not aware of her history.
I assume not.
When he began going steady with her. And when he started going steady with her, he decided to go ahead and break off his engagement with Desiree Clary. And he would eventually marry Josephine de Beauharnais on March 9th, 1796.
Missed opportunity right there.
Yeah. This would be his first of 2 wives.
Okay.
The second one is going to make significantly less sense. But yeah, so this point forward, I thought this was kind of funny. Whenever he would be out on campaign with his army, every once in a while he'd come out from his tent, like when they're on campaign, and he'd start talking to his subordinates, like his lower commanders, and he'd start talking about how wonderful his wife is and how crazy he is about her, and how wonderful she is for staying behind and keeping after the family estate back in Paris for him while he's out on campaign. And then he would get confused and frustrated because all of his underlings would start giggling and laughing in response, because they all knew what she was getting up to back in Paris. This was a regular occurrence. Napoleon would always be asking why everybody is laughing whenever he brought up his wife for like years. It's really funny kind of reading some of his letters where he complains about it to Josephine.
I have no earthly idea what they could be laughing about, husband.
So, Napoleon, he goes back to Italy. He takes command of his army. And at that point, by the time he gets back, it's becoming obvious that the Austrians had identified that North Italy is kind of France's soft underbelly, and they were starting to move more troops into northern Italy. And so when Napoleon showed up, his first priority was knocking out permanently the kingdom of Sardinia, Piedmont, or Piedmont, Sardinia, whatever, out of the war, because he had dealt with their army, but he wanted to deal with their government. He wanted to make sure they were out of the picture, because they were about 90% of the entire French-Italian border in like the southeast part of the country was made up by this kingdom. And so knocking them out of the war, they'd have a really strong like step-off position within northern Italy. And so neutralizing the coalition's forces there would destroy Austria's forward positions and put them on the defensive. And so he got a plan together. He got his men together, scrounged together whatever supplies that they had available to them, and then he set off. Keep in mind, like I said, Army of Italy very severely undersupplied. Most of these guys' uniforms are just falling off their backs. They don't. A lot of them are missing boots and stuff. they're down to like one ration a day at best. They're barely fit physically to be able to man a garrison, never mind actually go on the offensive. But Napoleon takes them on the offensive, and to everybody's shock, especially the coalitions, he knocks the kingdom of Piedmont Sardinia out of the war in 2 weeks. It takes him 2 weeks to drive all of the coalition forces out of that country, with just this little ragtag group of starving men, barely armed. And of course, this freaks the fuck out of the Austrians. They're wondering how this could have ever possibly happened. And over the following several months, they just keep getting their teeth fed to them. They keep getting their shit rocked because Napoleon keeps on pushing. He pushes harder and harder and harder. Eventually, he makes his way all the way to northeastern Italy, to the city of Mantua. And the bulk of his army is left at Mantua in order to besiege the city, because that is where the bulk of the Austrian army has now been cornered. Now, there are other divisions of the Austrian army which are now coming down from Austria into Italy in order to intercept Napoleon and neutralize his army before they can capture Mantua. They send 4 armies, and every time an army attacks Napoleon to try to break the siege, that army is completely destroyed.
Damn.
4 battles in a row. The Battle of Castiglione, the Battle of Bassano, the Battle of Arcole, and the Battle of Rivoli. And the defeat at Rivoli was so devastating that the Austrians were forced to completely withdraw all of their forces from northern Italy and consolidate to defend Austria itself by January of 1797. And here's the thing, it came not a moment too soon, because while Napoleon was kicking ass in Italy, and further cementing his fame, of course, the French forces in Germany had completely collapsed. The French border was now wide open for a coalition advance into the heart of France. But they couldn't do that. They couldn't advance any further because now the Austrian army in Germany was desperately needed to defend Vienna. They had to go back to Austria so that they could defend it from the south, from Napoleon, which was a front that 2 months before military planners had not given a single afterthought. And so, as a result, Napoleon's advance probably saved France from suffering a full-blown invasion and probably saved France from losing this war.
Jesus.
After one big confrontation at the Battle of Tarvis in March of 1797, Napoleon completely swept the Austrian forces aside. It wasn't even a challenge. He advanced all the way to the town of Leoben, which is only 100 miles south from Vienna.
Christ almighty.
And so the Habsburg Emperor, Leopold II, he decided, all right, well, I think it's about time we cut our losses. And he sued for peace. The Treaty of Campo Formio was signed on October 17th, 1797, which completely knocked Austria out of the war, leaving only Britain alone at war with France. For all intents and purposes, the War of the First Coalition was now over with a French victory.
Wow.
All because of Napoleon.
So you're saying he kicked ass and took names?
He kicked ass, he took names, he completely turned the entire war on its head just by being there.
In a fast pace, too.
Extremely fast. This war had started like 4 years before, and in a matter of months had completely turned it on its side. Oh my god, he's fucking incredible. So, in the Treaty of Campo Formio, France gained control both of northern Italy and of the Low Countries, which is Belgium and the Netherlands. Also, Austria said that if France decided that if France wanted to go and attack the Republic of Venice, which is also like there on the coast in northeast Italy, then Austria would not intervene. And once France conquered Venice, then Austria would get a portion of the land. That was one of the provisions in the treaty. And so right after signing the treaty, Napoleon immediately turned around and he did that. He invaded. It wasn't even a challenge. Venice immediately capitulated. And now Venice, the Republic of Venice, it had existed as independently as the Republic of Venice for about 1100 years.
Wow.
And it fell to Napoleon. But keep in mind that the same government that ruled over Venice, it didn't start out in Venice. There were different they had moved from like town to town in like the early part of the Middle Ages. They had moved around a little bit and then finally settled on Venice. And so that government that he destroyed had existed in one form or another ever since the fall of the Roman Empire. And in a matter of less than like 2 weeks, it was gone, never to be seen again, because of Napoleon.
Jesus.
Now, this is a hint at what historical role Napoleon is going to be playing as we move forward in our story. Napoleon is the man who destroys ancient things.
Like Alexander.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's a great comparison. He is going to sweep over the Mediterranean world and destroy things that have existed for over 1,000 years. And he's going to replace them with something completely new, and it is never going to be the same ever again. And it all started here with Venice.
That's insane.
Napoleon is so fucking cool, man. I hate the guy for what he did as a person, but as a historical figure, God, he is so fucking cool. So, Napoleon's Italian campaign made him incredibly more popular in France. If you could understand that.
I can see that.
Ending a war that had lasted for 4 years that almost made your country collapse and pulling out a victory, that's a pretty big deal. And so now Napoleon is he is the symbol of French national strength. Like, he is the guy. He is France. And it was making the Directory really, really nervous. So, during the campaign in Italy, I'm going to get into a few big reasons why he won in Italy. During the campaign, Napoleon had taken a page out of Julius Caesar's playbook. He had read his history. He had this idea. He made it work. During Caesar's campaigns, he had gotten around the whole problem of not having supplies for his men by paying them and supplying them with profits that they would loot from the cities that they conquered. And so that's what Napoleon did. Whenever he'd capture a city in northern Italy, keep in mind, northern Italy, the place where the Renaissance started. Every single city in northern Italy is just awash with some of the most valuable artwork that has ever existed in human history. And it's just full of it, ready for the taking. And so that's what he did. He came into all of these cities, everyone he captured. He'd just send his troops out to capture any valuable artwork that they found, consolidate it all, and then he would send the bulk. He would send part of it back to Paris to show off as trophies of war. And by the way, the artwork that he captured in northern Italy that he sent back to Paris served as the basis for what would eventually become the Louvre.
Wow.
The big important museum in Paris. That was their original collection, was the stuff that Napoleon captured, including the Mona Lisa. That was one of them. And then part of the artwork he would sell off and keep the money for himself, which made him incredibly rich, incredibly fast. And then the majority of the artwork that they captured, they would sell off, and then he would use that profits to pay all of his soldiers. So not only were they well dressed, they were dressed in clean clothes, had good food, 3 meals a day, were always well supplied, and then anything that was left over would just be a bonus. And so very quickly, the the enlisted men of the army of Italy were actually becoming comfortably middle class because of how much money they were getting from all of this looted art. Keeping in mind, a few months before, they had been on the verge of starving to death because they were receiving so few rations. And as a result, just like what happens with Caesar's legions in Gaul, this made Napoleon's army significantly more loyal to him personally than they were to the government in Paris. And on top of that, Napoleon had taken upon himself to form, so all of these kingdoms that he had conquered in northern Italy, he independently formed a bunch of puppet governments in these former kingdoms, and which was directly against the Directory's permission. They explicitly required him to consult them when forming these new governments, but he just ignored the Directory and he formed these governments himself. So these governments reported not to the French government, but directly to him. And so Napoleon wasn't... Here's the thing, though. Despite all of these facts, which are very obvious, it was becoming very obvious that Napoleon was maneuvering himself into a position where he would be able to have power to rival the Directory. But he didn't want to yet. He was not interested in seizing power quite... Now, keep in mind, well on his way. I'm almost positive that by this point it had already occurred to him that, like, oh, I'm probably pretty close to being able to, like, overthrow the government soon and just take control for myself. But not quite yet. It wasn't quite his thing. And so instead, he ended up, just to kind of, like, keep the Directory on his side, he wanted to give a demonstration of good faith. And that opportunity came in 1797. Late 1797, or in September. So that year, there was an election. There was an election for the National Convention and for the Directory. And so when these elections had finished, everybody in the government was shocked to see that monarchists, counter-revolutionary monarchists, had won a majority of seats. And this was for a variety of reasons, like voter intimidation from like royalist street gangs, a bunch of voting, like wealth requirements for voting that had kind of been introduced by the Directory. But so now a bunch of people were now in power over this ostensibly revolutionary government that were explicitly discussing, like, how to bring the Bourbons back into power. So you can see how far we've come from Robespierre and the Reign of Terror. And so to kind of, help the Directory out, the five guys who are still in the Directory, the five guys who are still in the Directory, to kind of give them a hand, Napoleon sent one of his subordinates with a detachment of his army, about 10,000 guys, and they go back to Paris, and they lead a coup in September of 1797, and basically they just take over the National Convention and kick out all of the royalists, and just force them out of power, as Napoleon's show of good faith for the Directory. And this event is remembered as the coup of 18 Fructidor, which is Fructidor is another month in the revolutionary calendar. So they were rounded up, they were kicked out, and after that, the National Convention was just disbanded. The Directory, the five guys in the Directory, just took absolute power over the government, and this worked. It successfully kept the peace between Napoleon and the Directory for the time being. Now, as far as the war was going at this point, because remember, even though technically the War of the First Coalition is over, they're still at war with Britain. And so, of course, initially, the next step was naturally an invasion of Britain. But there were two problems with that. One, Britain was an island, meaning that they would have to invade by sea, which leads directly into problem two. Britain has a fuck-off big navy, and that navy was very, very well trained. And so any large French invasion force that tried to cross the English Channel would be sunk to the bottom of the sea before they even saw the cliffs of Dover.
Sounds about right.
So during their planning, Napoleon worked with... There's this guy. He was the new foreign minister of the Directory's government. He's this guy named Charles Maurice de Talleyrand Pericot, or to keep it simple, I'll just call him Talleyrand. And this guy's absolutely incredibly fascinating. He's one of the most interesting historical figures of this period. I would say almost more interesting than Napoleon. And I really wish I could get more into him, because he was probably one of the most brilliant political thinkers and maneuverers of both the 18th and the 19th centuries. But unfortunately, his story is a story for another time. But Talleyrand and Napoleon agree that there is no way that they're ever going to be able to attack Britain directly. So they would have to take an indirect path. And this is where... Now, this is where we get to Napoleon's really dumb shit. This is where his obsession with Caesar and Augustus kind of starts to get in the way of his better judgment. So they wanted to weaken Britain. They decided they were going to try to do that by crippling their ability to receive income from their colonial possessions. Most importantly, they wanted to cripple imports to Britain from India. More important to Napoleon, he wanted to further cement his reputation as a great conqueror by walking in the footsteps of countless other conquerors in history. He decided that, and bear with me, please, he decided he's going to invade Egypt. Making sure, been a little quiet. So, yeah, he's going to invade Egypt. So, besides his own personal desire to recreate Julius Caesar's campaigns in Egypt, most of the shipping going to Britain from India actually comes through the Suez Peninsula. Now, not the Suez Canal, because the Suez Canal wouldn't exist for another century or so, but the Suez Peninsula. So basically what would happen is ships would leave from India, come up through, the Red Sea, and land at the Suez Peninsula. They would unload all of the cargo, carry it by camel and pack mule across the desert up to the northern coast of Suez, and then unload it onto another ship in the Mediterranean to then take it through the Mediterranean around Spain and then finally get it to England. Now, if that sounds tedious and time-consuming and expensive,
it does.
That's because it is. But it was cheaper and safer than the alternative, which was going all the way around Africa, which was a much longer and more expensive trip and was more likely to take you through really rough waters, which would cause your ship to sink. It was just safer and less expensive to just go through Egypt. And the Directory, for their credit, which, genius for the guys who thought that this was kind of a bad idea. I think they were kind of on the right path. But the Directory was hesitant to sign off on the expedition. For one, it was Egypt. Egypt's not in Europe. And most of those in the French government by this time seemed to hold it seemed to hold little strategic importance to the war that they were fighting. And for another, it would mean drawing forces away from France, which means that the home country would be more vulnerable to a British invasion. And probably most importantly, and I really can't stress this enough, Britain didn't own Egypt. Egypt, it was controlled at the time by an oligarchic caste of it was a warrior caste that controlled the country that were called the Mamluks. And the Mamluk government that controlled Egypt, it was kind of but they still swore fealty to the Ottoman Empire, and so was legally considered part of the Ottoman Empire. And here's the thing. The Ottoman Empire was not only very friendly to the French Republic, they had been allies in the war against Austria during the War of the First Coalition. Few people in government wanted to burn that bridge with probably France's only powerful ally. The Ottoman Empire was the only guys that were on France's side during this time in all of Europe.
And they turned on him?
And Napoleon wanted to go and declare war on them so he could go get Egypt. So he could go visit the pyramids and feel like Julius Caesar for a little while.
Oh, good God.
Yeah, this is incredible. This is insane. But Napoleon was confident, and he spoke really well, and he assured and comforted the Directory that if he was successful, which he guaranteed he would be, because why wouldn't they believe him? He won every other battle he'd fought so far. If he was successful, then France would have King George III by the balls. And not only that, Napoleon also wanted to turn this expedition into a scientific project. So he wanted to bring along a bunch of scientists who would go and research and do archaeology on all of the ancient ruins in Egypt. And so, with their sort of intellectual minds piqued by this whole scientist idea and their assurances that this would all work out fine, don't worry, your little scared, anxious little brains, sing a little bit. Daddy Napoleon has everything taken care of. The Directory signs off, and a French fleet carrying 40,000 soldiers and 167 scientists set sail from southern France in May of 1798. To give you an idea of where this is going, about 1,000 of those men would eventually make it back to France.
Wow.
This is going to be one of the worst disasters that Napoleon is ever a part of. So the whole ride to Egypt, they're barely one step ahead of the Royal Navy the whole time. And they end up having several close calls with patrol ships, nearly spotting them. The fleet stops off at the island of Malta, it's an island that's just south of Sicily in southern Italy. It's like halfway between Sicily and the North African coast. And at the time, the island of Malta was controlled by, and bear with me here, it's controlled by the Knights Hospitaller. Do you know who the Knights Hospitaller are?
Nope.
They were formerly an order of knights that had been formed during the Crusades in order to protect pilgrims in the Holy Land. And by this time, they were just a bunch of rich old guys playing dress up in armor who happened to also run a small country on this island. But they were still knights. They're legally considered knights. They had the titles and everything. So the French land there, and initially they tried to negotiate to let the French Navy kind of dock there, just restock their ships and stuff. But the Maltese government is kind of like, no, you're going to, we'll only allow one ship to dock at a time. They've got dozens of ships. They can't do that. And so Napoleon and his admiralty staff are like, okay, that's fine. And so they land all of Napoleon's troops, and within a couple days, they've completely conquered the island.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. They completely take over. They capture all of the knights in the order, and they forcibly disband the Knights Hospitaller. And all of the knights are stripped of their titles. The Knights Hospitaller cease to exist.
Damn.
This is yet another institution, another government that has existed for 1,000 years that Napoleon has now just swept into the dustbin of history without a second thought. So I'm not going to get crazy into the weeds talking about the expedition in Egypt because there's just too much to talk about. But the expedition landed in Alexandria on July 1st. Hey, Alexandria again.
Yay.
Bringing that back up. City founded by Alexander. Yeah, so Napoleon lands in Alexandria on July 1st. And very quickly secured it. A few days later, they defeat a small-limb Mamluk army at the Battle of Subrakit, and that serves as a precursor that draws the rest of the Mamluk army, and Napoleon deals out a absolutely horrid, decisive, just lopsided victory against the Mamluks at the Battle of the Pyramids. And that, by the way, the Battle of the Pyramids, that's a name that Napoleon himself came up with to give it to the newspapers back in France. They did not actually fight at the Pyramids of Giza, as Napoleon claimed. They were miles away from the Pyramids of Giza. You could barely see them on the horizon. He just thought that it looked better in headlines and thought it'd make him look better.
I bet it did.
Oh, yeah, everybody in France ate it up. But he did, it was an extremely decisive victory. It basically just destroyed the Mamluk government in one day. They ceased to exist. They effectively controlled all of Egypt after the Battle of the Pyramids.
Fuck.
Yeah, it was horrendous how badly they beat the Mamluks. And a big reason for that was because the Egyptian army was predominantly cavalry, and the French infantry employed a formation that's called an infantry square. So, usually when cavalry charge in an infantry formation, they're going to try to hit the infantry either from the side or from the back. So that they can avoid musket fire and, the pointy bayonet thing, which they're long and they're sticky, and they're really good at stabbing horse riders when they're up on their horses. It has good reach. And another reason why they don't like to charge headfirst into infantry formations is because horses are not stupid, and they have a natural instinct where if they see themselves running towards a wall, even if it's a wall of people, then they're going to naturally, by their own discretion, change directions in order to avoid it. And so the problem arises that when a regiment is formed up in a square, where every side is infantry pointing outwards, there is no flank. The horses cannot outflank the infantry because there is no flank. Every side of the infantry formation is sticking outwards. And so if you try to run your horse directly into the formation, then the horse will instinctively change directions to avoid hitting the square. And once they turn to avoid hitting the square, then they're just running around in circles around the square, and they become really easy shots for all of the infantry to just take pot shots. And so that's what happened at the Battle of the Pyramids. All of the Mamluk cavalry rushed at Napoleon's infantry formations. They formed up into squares, and so when these horses came up to try and when the horses came up to the squares, they turned directions at the last second and just started running alongside the square, which allowed all the infantry in Napoleon's army to just take shots at the riders as they passed by within like 10 feet of them. And so Napoleon lost I think Napoleon lost 200 or 300 guys at the Battle of the Pyramids. Mamluks lost thousands.
Fuck.
Thousands of guys died. Like 4,000 or 5,000 guys. It was so lopsided. And it destroyed the Mamluk government. The only law left in Egypt after the Battle of the Pyramids was the French army. So, unfortunately, that great victory was immediately followed up by the Royal Navy. The British Royal Navy finally caught up to the French fleet. And this detachment of the Royal Navy happened to be led by a guy, you might have actually heard this name before. His name is Horatio Nelson.
No.
Okay. This guy is remembered as probably one of the greatest, if not the greatest, naval commanders of human history. Admiral Nelson here corners the French fleet in the Nile River Delta. And at the Battle of the Nile on August 1st, 1798, he completely destroys the entirety of the French Navy in one battle.
Fuck.
Yeah, he sinks. He captures a few smaller ships, but almost every single French ship is sunk to the bottom of the sea. It's not even. A lot of people died. So many guys died. It's incredible how many people died at this battle. So yeah, basically what that now meant was that the French army, even though they now controlled Egypt, they were stuck in Egypt. There was nowhere to go, and more importantly, there was no way to get supplies into the country because now the British, they didn't have any ships anymore, and now the British were blockading the entirety of the Egyptian coast. About that same time that happened, uprisings started happening all over Egypt against French occupation. And it turned into a giant game of whack-a-mole where Napoleon would be trying to send release detachments to different parts of the country to try and put down different rebellions that are happening in all different places. And so his troops got all spread out all over the place, really disjointed. It became a nightmare for logistics for what few supplies they did have. And it was draining both manpower and morale extremely fast. Even worse than that, they started to run out of water.
That sounds about what would happen in a desert.
Yeah, the thing is, they had a lot of oases and they had access to a lot of fresh water. The problem was, every time the French army would pass through a town or a village, local partisans, anti-French partisans, would just poison the wells. And so any French troops that tried to drink from the wells would just die of some sort of disease or poisoning or anything. And it was made worse by the fact that all the French troops were still in wool uniforms.
Oh, good God.
Yeah, they didn't even have desert uniforms or anything. They were still in the same shit that they were wearing into the marshes around Amsterdam and the Netherlands. It was a nightmare. Many soldiers in Napoleon's army, especially officers, started to become so helpless at the situation and overwhelmed by hunger and thirst that they ended up taking their own lives. And there was an epidemic of soldiers in Napoleon's army. Once it got a few weeks in, they started to realize what their situation was. There's just an epidemic of suicides. Hundreds of them. And just to tie this whole shit sandwich up into a nice little bow, the army also got decimated when there was an outbreak of the bubonic plague. The bubonic plague, of Black Death fame. The disease that killed a third of Europe.
Good old Black Death.
Yeah. This is 1798, and we're still talking about the Black Death.
Jesus.
So to try to relieve pressure off of his forces, and try to pull the Royal Navy away from the Egyptian coast, he pulled off about 13,000 troops from garrison duty, and he launched a second invasion up north into the Ottoman province of Damascus, which included all of Syria and all of Galilee, or the Holy Land. This campaign is in contention for the most despicable thing that Napoleon was ever responsible for in his life.
What did he do?
So, his forces captured several coastal cities, and every city that they captured, they robbed and murdered everywhere that they went. When they broke the defenses at the city of Jaffa, Napoleon ordered the garrison of 2,000 soldiers defending the city all executed by bayonet or by drowning. 2,000 soldiers.
Christ almighty.
And then his own soldiers ended up looting the city for about 3 days, killing hundreds of inhabitants indiscriminately in the process. By May of 1799, anybody who was left in his army who wasn't dead or deserted was either severely dehydrated or sick with the Black Death. He finally ordered a retreat back to Egypt, having accomplished, something, I guess. It wasn't really clear what he was there for in the first place, but now he's back in Egypt. But to kind of speed it along, because he was afraid that there might be some Ottoman armies coming from the north, he ordered all all of his troops that were sick with the plague and weren't able to walk, just ordered all of them to be overdosed with opium and killed.
Good God.
Yeah. This was about 1,000 of his own troops. But hey, it worked. He was able to get out faster, for what that's worth. Meanwhile, back in France, as all of this is happening, shit is once again starting to hit the fan. Weirdly, at this point, it's really weird. Napoleon still has not ever been a member of the French government. He's always just been a commander. But it seems like at this point, they kind of need him to keep stability in the government. He's the only guy kind of keeping it all together. And now he's stuck in Egypt. So, diplomacy was starting to break down between France and Austria. And not just between France and Austria, but also between France and, for some reason, Russia. That, for some reason, being that, you remember the Knights Hospitaller that Napoleon happened to just kind of get rid of when he stopped off in Malta? I talked about that a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
So as it turns out, the honorary head of the Order of the Knights Hospitaller was Tsar Paul I of Russia. He was the guy who was in charge of the Knights Hospitaller.
Wow.
And as it turns out, he was not happy to hear that the order that he ran had been completely destroyed and all of his knights had been stripped of their titles. Wasn't big on that. And so a few secret meetings were held, a few alliances were made. The British, the Russian Empire, the Austrians, and the Neapolitans, the Kingdom of Naples, they agreed to a joint alliance. And so they formed a second coalition. They began making plans to go back to war, and they finally launched their war on November 29th, 1798, launching off the War of the Second Coalition. The French government was thrown into complete disarray by this sudden invasion out of nowhere. The French populace was outraged to be back at war. They were not happy with this government, and the instability within the country would only grow as French armies started to suffer catastrophic defeats in both Italy and in Switzerland. By August of 1799, it was obvious that the French Republic was on its last legs. There was only one hope. There was one man who scared the coalition and who had the skill and the proper popularity to rally the fortunes of the revolution, and he was stuck in Egypt. Napoleon heard of all of this through his rare dispatches that were able to make it through the British blockade. And when he found out about this, I cannot emphasize enough how fucking scumbag shit this is. The thing is, though, as scummy as this choice was, it was a choice that saved France from destruction. Without telling anybody in his army, on August 23rd, 1799, he hopped back on a ship, managed to slip through the British patrols by himself, escaping from Egypt and returning to France, leaving behind 30,000 men who were still surviving in his army. He left them to fend for themselves in a hostile land cut off from resupply or reinforcement. Within just a couple years, the Ottoman Empire will have come in and either killed or taken as prisoners every single French soldier still left in Egypt. 30,000 men.
30,000 left?
30,000.
That's insane.
It's Napoleon. Despite that shit, when he got back to France, he received a hero's welcome, because all the French public knew was all of the bright stories of glorious victories that he had been feeding to the newspapers. When he returned to Paris, he witnessed personally the terrible state of the French government. The army was falling apart, the state was bankrupt, public support for the Directory had completely bottomed out. Napoleon started holding a few private meetings and started forming some political alliances. And he eventually was able to establish a conspiracy in order to capitalize on the Directory's weakness. Himself, a guy I've mentioned a couple times, He was a member of the Directory at this point. I mentioned it back in the tennis court oath. This guy, the Abbe Sieyes, who at this point was no longer Abbe because he was not a member of the clergy anymore. He was just Mr. Emmanuel Joseph Sieyes. But Napoleon Sieyes, Napoleon's brother Lucien Bonaparte, Talleyrand, and then a couple other prominent politicians assembled army units in Paris that were loyal to Napoleon. And on November 9th, 1799, aka the 18th Brumaire, year 8 of the Republican calendar, they launched a coup and they overthrew the Directory and they forced what was left of the Rump Convention to recognize Napoleon, Sieyes, and another member of the Directory named Roger Ducos as quote-unquote provisional consuls, forming a triumvirate of executives who would rule the country until a new constitution would be written, ostensibly. And so here we have it. Very quickly, Napoleon asserted absolute control, considering that, he's the guy who basically controlled the army. And so the other two consuls ended up being relegated to advisory positions. And he became the de facto dictator of France. So here we go. We're fine. We are at the point. Napoleon is now in
charge. And
Napoleon is now in control of France.
Large and in charge.
Mm-hmm.
I said large and in charge.
The last act of the legislature before being disbanded was having Napoleon named first consul for a term of 10 years. And then they were disbanded. He wrote out a new constitution which kept the appearance of a republic, but guaranteed him personally absolute authority. And he held a plebiscite to decide whether it would be adopted, which is just like a popular vote of the people. They would come out and vote on whether or not to adopt the Constitution. According to official government numbers, around 3 million people voted in favor of adopting the Constitution, and only about 1,200 voted against it. That was out of 1.5 million people who voted. I'll let you do the math on that.
No, thank you. I'm not sober enough.
Napoleon's term as consul had been described. It's been described by some historians as "quote unquote" dictatorship by plebiscite.
By plebiscite.
Yeah, plebiscite is just a popular vote. It's you put up a law to a popular vote. If they vote yes, then the law passes. If no, then it doesn't pass.
Oh, so like Russia.
Napoleon didn't trust the revolutionary power of the masses. He'd seen enough to be like, oh, we should not trust the mob. The mob is not to be trusted. But he recognized that if he was going to rule effectively in this brave new world that the revolution had created, he would have to at least give the appearance that his decisions were based on some sort of popular support. Every time he passed a new law, he would hold the vote. And regardless of the actual outcome, his brother Lucien was in charge of the voting process. And so as he was counting the numbers, he would fudge them and give the appearance of overwhelming popular enthusiasm for whatever new law was in there. And then, of course, there's this small matter of, the war that was going on at the time. So Napoleon got back on his horse, he re-entered the field, taking absolute control over French forces, and he entered Switzerland in the spring of 1800, quickly pushing the Austrian garrisons out, and then, after securing Switzerland, he turned south and engaged in the reoccupied northern Italy against Austrian forces. After a little bit of a maneuvering game with the Austrian army, he crushed them at the Battle of Marengo on June 14th, 1800.
Damn.
Yeah, so we're also notice we're to the year 1800 at this point.
How many more years are left on the war? I can't remember when you said the war started. The Revolutionary or whatever, the Napoleonic Wars or whatever you said it was.
The Napoleonic Wars are going to go all the way through 1815, but this war is only going to go through 1802.
Okay.
Yeah, so Napoleon defeats the Austrians at the Battle of Marengo, crushes them on June 14th, 1800, which it was a battle that was seriously in doubt for a while because the French were outnumbered. The French were outnumbered by the Austrian army and were just barely holding the line for most of the day until very late in the battle, as it seemed like the French were finally on their last legs. The French basically held the line at Marengo for most of the day until, at the very end of the day, they were finally reinforced at the last minute. French forces, the reinforcing forces, were able to outflank the Austrians, crushing them against one another and forcing them to break and flee in disarray. And basically they kept running until they left Italy. So once again, Napoleon forcing the Austrians completely out of Italy. The Battle of Marengo it pretty much sealed the deal on Napoleon's rule. Like, once that happened, there was no way that the French people would ever accept anybody else's ruler of France.
Kind of figures with what I've heard historically from him about him.
Yeah, because it demonstrated to the French people that not only was his government here to stay, but as long as he was around, they were going to win. Any war they got into, as long as Napoleon was there, they're going to win. It took one more very brief campaign by one of Napoleon's subordinates in southern Germany, and a final decisive defeat, or a decisive victory for the French at the Battle of Hohenlinden, to finally force Austria to the negotiating table. And they signed the Treaty of Luneville in February 1801, reaffirming the terms of the Treaty of Campo Formio, with a couple extra territorial concessions thrown in. A year later, in March 1802, France and Britain signed the Treaty of Amiens, ending the War of the Second Coalition and bringing actual peace to Europe for the first time in a decade. So, capitalizing on his secured popularity, Napoleon held another plebiscite, which would make his term as first consul a lifetime appointment. Apparently, they didn't actually have to fudge the numbers on this vote very much, because a lot of French people were very happy to give him absolute power for life. Another reason why they didn't have to fudge the numbers much was because in this time around there were no secret ballots. And so when you went to vote, you had to cast your vote in front of everybody, including all of the soldiers that were posted at the polling sites, to protect the integrity of the vote. The vote passed overwhelmingly in favor of giving Napoleon Bonaparte lifetime appointment. So he took this time of newfound peace to turn his attention to France's colonies very briefly. Specifically, he turned to Saint-Domingue in the Caribbean. The colony in Saint-Domingue was now, at that point, under the control of a guy by the name of Toussaint Louverture, who had become the de facto revolutionary dictator of the colony in 1801. And Napoleon really wanted Saint-Domingue back, along with all of the sweet sugar import, in order to bring some money back into France's struggling economy. And also, of course, because they would kind of need the money for all of the future wars that Napoleon was already 100% planning for. The National Convention back in, if we rewind back to 1794, the National Convention under Robespierre had actually voted to abolish slavery, but Napoleon had decided that he would have to reinstate slavery, and if he couldn't do it legally, then he would do it by force.
Of course.
Yeah. And so he sent an expedition to Saint-Domingue, commanded, interestingly, by his brother-in-law, Josephine's brother, Charles Leclerc. The expedition managed to capture Toussaint Louverture, and Louverture would wound up dying in a French prison. But a combination of horrific tropical diseases and getting the absolute shit kicked out of their army by the armies of a general named Jean-Jacques Dessalines eventually forced Napoleon to admit defeat in May of 1803. And the following year, Saint-Domingue formally declared independence and rechristened themselves as the Republic of Haiti, the successful conclusion to the Haitian Revolution, which was the most successful slave uprising in all of humanity. And it was one of Napoleon. As a consolation prize, Napoleon decided that in order to get a fresh influx of cash, he was going to go ahead and sell off some land in North America. And so he organized the Louisiana Purchase, the sale of the Louisiana Territory, to the United States under President Thomas Jefferson, receiving $15 million for his troubles. The Louisiana Purchase immediately doubled the size of the United States. And that territory today now comprises about 1/4 of the entire landmass of our country. It cost Thomas Jefferson less than 3 cents an acre. So during this time, tensions were starting to heighten back up with Britain, getting into around 1804. Tensions were heightening back up with Britain over a couple details in the Treaty of Amiens, specifically having to do with one thing. Britain was refusing to remove their troops from Malta, as had been agreed, because, France captured that fair and square. It's kind of theirs. But also because France had occupied and reorganized Switzerland into a revolutionary republic, and that had not been agreed to in the treaty, which Britain was pissed off about. While all of this was happening, there were several unsuccessful assassination attempts made on Napoleon's life.
I figure.
Yeah, and in January of 1804, a plot was discovered before it could be launched. One plot. And apparently the plot had been aided by members of the extended Bourbon family. So there were still Bourbons out there around and kicking. One of them that was implicated was an exiled distant cousin of the now beheaded King Louis. This guy named Louis Antoine, the Duke of Enghien, who was at the time living in Germany, having been exiled from France. So once this guy was implicated, Napoleon gave orders that Louis Antoine was to be kidnapped from his home in...
Of course.
Yeah, he was going to be kidnapped from his home in Ettenheim, the city of Ettenheim, in the Margraviate of Baden, in the Holy Roman Empire. And he was to be brought back to Paris, where he'd be given a secret military trial and executed. Once word got around that this had happened, that this guy had been kidnapped and executed by Napoleon, Napoleon had not only violated the legal sovereignty of another nation, but in doing so, he had forcibly extradited a man who, looking back on it, was more likely than not innocent of the crime that he was being accused of. He probably had nothing to do with any assassination plot. But the other nations of Europe did not take this very well. And this was kind of the turning point in diplomatic relations between Napoleon and the rest of Europe. So at this point, they'd gone through 2 wars, and it was looking like Napoleon was kind of trying to settle a sort of stability in France. And maybe the other powers of Europe could negotiate with him, work with him on equal terms, kind of settle a status quo in a new Europe where France was post-revolutionary. And this kidnapping and execution of the Duke of Enghien convinced everybody in Europe that, there is never going to be peace in Europe as long as the revolution persists in France, and as long as this guy, Napoleon Bonaparte, rules over their country. And so, from this point forward, it was impossible for Napoleon to ever have, or it was impossible for any country in Europe to ever have a relationship with France that was anything but hostile. Talleyrand is credited with saying, quote, "The killing of the Duke of Enghien was worse than a crime. It was a mistake," unquote. That, I will say, that quote is despite the fact that the plan was actually Talleyrand's idea in the first place, but we won't get into that. Napoleon decided that the only way to ensure, with all of this stuff going on, realizing that he was going to soon be once again at war with the entirety of Europe, and he was suffering continuous assassination attempts, the only way to ensure that his power was absolutely secure, and that there would be no threat of the Bourbons being able to take power once again, was if he had a strong succession. The Bourbons would have a much harder time justifying a return to the throne if the Constitution, which was ratified by the people, guaranteed that the Bonaparte bloodline was entrenched in the leadership of the nation. This was an idea that he had probably been fantasizing about for years, but now he actually had the power. And not only the power, but the justification to actually go through with it. And so he held another plebiscite to vote to have the French Republic reorganized into the French Empire, and Napoleon Bonaparte elected as the first French emperor. According to official state counts, 3.5 million voted yes, 2,579 voted no. It was December 2nd, 1804, at the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. As was tradition for imperial coronations in Europe, Pope Pius VII was officiating. The Pope was in town to oversee this ceremony. Napoleon entered the cathedral wearing a golden laurel wreath as a crown, a callback to the Roman emperors. It was tradition that an emperor would be crowned by the Pope. It's how every emperor that had ever lived in Europe up to that point, basically ever since the fall of the Roman Empire, it's how they did things. But Napoleon made a point of establishing that his power did not come from God. His power came from himself. He had a second crown there. This crown was a replica of the crown that was worn by Charlemagne, one of the greatest conquerors in European history, and considered today to be the founding father of the French nation. And when the time came to place the crown on the top of his head, he did so himself while the Pope was seated quietly behind him. Next, he personally anointed and crowned his wife Josephine as empress. And so just like that, the first French Empire was born.
Yay! Not really.
The revolution is dead. Long live the emperor. And that's what I've got for this episode.
Alrighty. Any last things before we head out, Derek?
Yeah. Source I use for this one is Napoleon by Andrew Roberts, which is an incredibly long book. That is a huge book. That's the primary source I used. You got any closing remarks before we head out?
Not really.
All right. Where can you find us?
You didn't introduce yourself first. Like, where can they find you, Derek?
Oh yeah, where can they find me? We're both pretty drunk right now, aren't we?
And I also have to go to the bathroom really bad, and it's even harder to hold it in while drunk.
Okay, yeah, let's get through this. You can find me on Twitter or whatever the fuck it's called at Visigoth. The first I is a 1, the O is a 0. Tim?
They can find me at Twitter at Tim, aka Otis, but they can also find the podcast at Alex Society Pod on Twitter, and then the Alexander Society Pod on Facebook and Instagram. And if they've liked what they've heard today, they can rate us and review us on their streaming platform of choice. And we will see you next time.
Bye.